What up, YouTube? Hold on a minute. It's your boy CM the Goat 5 back with another one, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me do this real quick. Alright, we're good. Back with another one, you know what I'm saying? Man, what's going on, man? We got the guy doing like Iran and Israel, there's war going on, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people not even talking about that. So I feel like that's very important because USA is always trying to get in the middle of some shit. You know what I'm saying? Let them people out doing do their thing and stay the hell up out of their way. You know what I mean? Like we don't need to be going no damn World War III and shit. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have talk about that today. You know what I'm saying? Because I stepped away from the Diddy for one day just to do something different. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too much talk about this Diddy situation, but we're gonna talk about this war that's going on out here in the world. You know, well, not in our world, but over in a different country. You know what I'm saying? So that have an effect on our country as well. So we're gonna get on into it. Y'all like, share, and subscribe to the channel, you know what I'm saying? Hit that like button and share it, you know what I'm saying? Let's go, Malone TV News. We're in the building. Nobody even talking. Whole lot of war going on. Nobody even talking about it. But guess what? I am. This shit is real out here. They bombing like crazy and all kind of stuff.
לא, אני לא יודע, לא תסתכל ולא זה, מישהו שם עושה לך את זה? אם אתה לא יכול לצלם, אז אתה תקבל את זה, אל תסתכל, אחי, לדעת שהיהודים של ה...
Make sure you got them free. Real artillery. This is a lesson, y'all. Let this be a lesson to you young cats out here that be out here on the street, goddamn, shooting and killing each other. Once you go over there, goddamn, where these boys over there, goddamn, they really fighting over there. You know what I'm saying? They in a real live war. Y'all boys think y'all be in a real live war. That that ain't no real live war. Y'all just got sneaking and doing it. They doing it live in combat, pretty much. These boys got action going on. It's real out there in the field. They've been bombing out there for the last couple of days. I smash that like button, man. Share, comment, whatever you want to do. We got them tanks out there. locked and loaded. So this right here was really going on, and people got done ignoring it. So I decided to go ahead and show it today. Like shit, that gonna affect the USA badly because we gonna probably get involved like they always do. You know what I'm saying?
לא, אני לא יודע, לא תסתכל ולא זה, מישהו שם עושה לך את זה? אם אתה לא יכול לצלם, אז תקבל את זה. זה צנזורה, אחי, זה לא צנזורה. לדעת שהם יודעים שאתה...
Shit crazy. This what's really going on. A lot of people just choose to ignore this shit. People don't think, well, it ain't got nothing to do with us. No, it's got a lot to do with the U.S. At any moment, you could be seeing a World War III. You know what I'm saying? Come on, y'all, come up so we can talk about this stuff. Hit that, smash the like button, comment, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Y'all subscribe to my YouTube channel, man. For those on TikTok, y'all hit that, tap that screen on TikTok. Smash that like button. A lot of people don't understand, like, this could affect the U.S. as well. You know what I'm saying? Because the U.S. always sticking their nose into other countries' affairs, which, you know, we in debt with places like China and stuff like that for billions and billions of dollars. So of course us as a friendly, you know what I'm saying, gesture, we're gonna go over there and try to help the other country. So we may be going to war. You never know. I'm gonna take y'all to the one that I got done saw with that. Then I think it was Iran that shot off all the missiles, like over 200 missiles the other night. I think they the one kicked it off. I think. Hold on, let me go. So let me see. Give me 1 second. Let me find it. Really. Let me see. Give me 1 second, folks. Oh yeah, that's live right there. All this live non-stop coverage. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like button, y'all. Like,
When I first joined Honeybook, I was roughly making $1,500 a month. Fast forward.
Calculating when Israel will be destroyed. So we're fighting with an regime.
So you're saying there is no. Are you saying Israel has no option but to target Iran directly? Is that what you're saying? That is inevitable?
I think that it's inevitable, and I think it's an historical opportunity. And by the way, not only for Israel, but really for a coalition to deal with the imminent threat of Iran. Iran that seeks nuclear weapons. We have to stop this. I mean, imagine this war now with Iran nuclear. It's not about Israel. They will terrorize the whole globe. They're operating in Europe, in North Africa, in South America. This is a very, very dangerous regime. So I believe that this is the moment where the world needs to unite and stop Iran, and Israel will defend itself. At the end of the day, we're not going to let Iran become nuclear. We're not going to let them continue terrorize us using Houthis and Iraqis, militias and Hezbollah and Hamas. All these forces are sending
Right.
to fight against us. We are going to deal with this.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Avivi. I appreciate you joining us and doing some plain speaking from the Israeli perspective. Thank you so much
you
for
very much.
joining me there from Tel Aviv.
Hello and welcome. Iran's missile strikes on Israel have brought Iran and Israel closer to the prospect of an all-out.
Yeah, it's an all-out war, man. Let me see.
Barak Ravid, the target of the Israeli strike in Beirut was Hezbollah senior leader Hashem Safi Adin, who was Hassan Nasrallah's likely successor. Oh my gosh. Wow. Breaking news. Huge airstrikes
Man.
reportedly target Nasrallah's likely successor. Oh my gosh. Huge news. Huge news. Unbelievable. Wow.
So you got the Israeli and slash Lebanon border right there.
Wow.
And on this side, you got Beirut and the suburbs.
I got to turn the north border on. Sorry. All right, guys, I need to take a minute here. I got to take a minute. I might just have a little snack or something. I need to take a minute. Can you guys give me like 5 minutes or so? Because I just got to take a couple minutes and maybe eat something real quick. So let me just put something on the screen. It's been very busy. Let me do that. By the way, quick thanks to Trouble with the Trees, Dragan Milutinovic, Tribune Pepe, Emily Flotilla, Pathfinders, Kelly Me, MD, Casey Promise, Corrine Amos. No, I didn't restart YouTube. I restarted the Facebook stream. The Facebook stream is the one I had to restart. And also, you know what? I'm not going to take a bit. I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break. I think, to be honest, I won't take the snack break yet because we're waiting for more news to come out. So I'm just going to take like a 1 minute break. All right, I'm just going to take a minute. Give me a minute. I'll take a snack break after, but we could get an announcement from Israel coming up soon, and I don't want to miss that. So just give me a minute. You may hear some booms coming from the northern border, by the way. Just give me one. I'm just going to take a 1 minute break. Okay. So just give me a minute. I'll have a snack in a little bit. There's too much going on. I'll have a snack soon enough. So just give me a minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. I'll be right back.
He'll be back shortly here. Y'all subscribe to the channel, man. Malone TV News. We're in the building. It's going down. As you can see on the screen, Israel and Iran war. I just want to take a break from all the other stuff, you know what I'm saying, and that's in the media and stuff. Just want to do something, direct something that's very important to the whole world, you know, so to speak.
All right, we are back. Just unbelievable what we've seen in the last hour or two and heard reported. We saw massive airstrikes, a series of huge, massive airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Some said it was bigger than the airstrikes that killed Nasrallah. Well, it turns out, according to multiple reports, that the target of these strikes was the previous number two. The previous number two. What's that? I'm seeing a light in the bottom left. I don't know what that is. Is that something on fire there? I'm not sure. But the target of the strikes was reportedly the previous number two in Hezbollah, the number two to Nasrallah. And he was the likely successor to Nasrallah, Hashem Safi Adin. So did Israel take out the likely successor to Nasrallah? In another massive airstrike. One of our viewers said there were new evacuation orders. Hold on. New evacuation order, apparently. Hold on. Yes, new evacuation order for a building in the Hadath Beirut neighborhood. New evacuation order. Urgent warning. Southern suburb. Hadath Beirut neighborhood. You must get away from this building. Another evacuation order. There you go. So more more airstrikes expected. You are near Hezbollah facilities and interests against which the IDF will operate in the near future. You must evacuate this building. I'm assuming the huge strike, was not the subject of an evacuation order. I'm assuming that one they didn't tell the people. Well, looks like more airstrikes coming up. Again, I'm assuming that the major, huge airstrike, which reportedly targeted the designated success, the likely successor to Nasrallah. I'm assuming that one was no evacuation order. I don't think they would have given an evacuation order for that one.
Hmm.
But it really does seem like Israel may have taken out the successor, the likely successor and previous number 2 in Hezbollah. Guys, again, I cannot show other cameras. I can't show other cameras that I don't have the rights to. Were the buildings where people were warned? One of our viewers said, were people warned in the buildings that were hit? Well, I am pretty darn sure that the people in the Nasrallah strike were not warned. And for the same reason, if Israel was targeting the successor to Nasrallah, or the likely successor, I think we can be pretty sure that nobody was warned. Is that a new strike right there? I'm seeing more smoke. I'm seeing more smoke. Was there another strike? I don't know, but there's more smoke coming up. But I mean, there was smoke there before. There was smoke there before. There are some booms. You may be hearing booms from the northern border. We've been hearing booms on the northern border camera as well.
But smash that like button, man, and share.
Oh,
Comment in the fight.
Axios has a new report. Hold on a second here. Hold on a moment here. Barak Ravid says 2 additional sources say that Hashem Safi al-Din was the target of the attack. He stayed in the deepest bunker. So Barak Ravid reports that the target was in a deep underground bunker.
Why the heck I hear some dogs in the background? All the sirens in the back.
You're hearing like animals in the
Animals,
northern
yeah.
border. That's what you're hearing.
I know I heard a whole bunch of like sound like wolves, coyotes and stuff.
Let's see. We'll have to see if we get an announcement. We'll have to see if we get an announcement from. Sorry, let me put something on the screen. Let me fix this picture for you. I'm going to adjust this a little bit here. We'll have to see if we get an announcement from Israel. Remember, it took a while. It took a little while. It probably took what, about 12 hours or something, for Israel to confirm that Nasrallah had been killed.
They taking them joints out, taking them goddamn leaders out. It's really, I think they all allied more than likely. Or they all, some of our friends in the Israeli, we deal with them a lot better than Iran. Because I think we always,
And this was near the airport. Near the airport is where these huge strikes were. So this smoke that we're seeing there, that might be a new airstrike because, like LBCI Lebanon News just said, there was a new strike in the southern suburbs. So I didn't see a flash. I don't see people in the chat that said there was a flash, but the camera kind of panned over and focused on that smoke there. So it's possible that that's a new airstrike right there. MTV Lebanon also says there was a new strike. Joe Truzman, who I follow, who is a Middle East expert, Joe just posted and said, following the news that Israel military targeted Hashem Safeddin, a possible successor to Nasrallah, I think it's clear that Hezbollah and Iran have not been able to figure out how Israel is able to identify, locate, and target Hezbollah leaders. Embarrassing. It's really interesting. Yeah, are they just not able to, they just can't protect people? Unless they thought he was so far underground that he'd be safe. I don't know. Maybe he is safe.
We over there help. We helping the guy doing Israelis. See, we better be careful. The United States better be careful because Iran might do something, try to send a missile over here to us.
So that we just heard another boom, and I don't know if that boom was from, is that boom from Beirut or is that boom from the northern border? I just don't know. We'll see. Again, I have the sound on for both because we have been hearing a lot of activity at the northern border.
Come on, y'all, smash that like button. You know what I'm saying?
Ashley Mullaney from 7 News Australia says when those huge explosions happened, a flight from Paris had just landed and was still taxiing right near the explosions.
And if you hadn't hit that cash up, man, you know what I'm saying, donate to the channel, you know what I'm saying, that helps they're doing, keep stuff going around on the, you know what I'm saying, on the channel and everything. Hit that cash up. Hollywood.
Again, we're hearing some booms. I think those may be artillery from the north. I can tell. Well, it's hard for me to tell.
To the channel.
I'd have to turn one off. But if I hear more, maybe I'll try. Has Israel killed the likely successor to Hassan Nasrallah? Wow.
Iran sent 180 missiles the other night. Dang. They was trying to take the whole country off. See, what thing about
Hang
them
on
other
one
countries?
moment, guys. Give me one moment.
One thing about them other countries over there in the foreign country, they don't play around when they come down pushing that button. They will push.
I
that
haven't
goddamn
really
button.
seen. I'm sure we will. It's nighttime right now. I haven't really seen any kind of detailed footage from that location where that massive series of airstrikes, reportedly around 11 airstrikes, took place.
Damn.
So, you know, when Nasrallah was killed, it was during the day. This is at night. I'm sure there will be video coming out of that location, but I just saw a short video that purported to be the location, but you really couldn't see much. Thai Coffee says, who is the number 3 in Hezbollah? That I do not know. Thank you, Thai Coffee and MD and Vanessa. And Skippa and Blaine Walter and Dragan Milutinovic. Also Thai Crom and Spicy Curry. We are waiting to hear more. Where is this? Hold on.
We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Oh, my bad, y'all. I'm just chilling like a villain over here. Get the camera.
Oh, by the way, Barack Ravid said that the results of the strike are still unclear. Vanessa says, is he the one who spoke on a video recently from saying business as usual for Hezbollah? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember seeing him, but I haven't been watching lots of Hezbollah videos, so I don't know. I don't know, Vanessa. Thank you, Vanessa. I really appreciate it. Also, Craig Doherty and Aslin. One of the comments, War Watcher, responded to me on X saying, if this is confirmed, will Iran act again? But I mean, it's unbelievable. If Israel knew where the designated successor was, that even, you know, days after they killed Nasrallah, that if they couldn't keep his location secure, this is interesting. This is very interesting. So, MTV Lebanon. So the area, there's an area, I don't know if this is where the explosions were, but there's an area, well, there's an area called Borj El Brajna. There's an area, one of the suburb areas is called Borj El Brajna, and it's right near the airport. I don't know if that's where the huge strikes were, but there were a couple evacuation orders there before, and I believe there were some strikes there before. So MTV Lebanon News now reports that there is a massive displacement movement from that neighborhood. So lots of people are just leaving the neighborhood, probably because they're scared. This has happened before, where people left. I want to say when strikes first started happening, what was it, last week or a few days ago in southern suburbs of Beirut, a bunch of people just left their homes and they slept on the street and stuff because they were scared to be in their neighborhoods. Supposedly this neighborhood, there's, again, MTV Lebanon News says there's a massive displacement movement from this neighborhood near the airport. I don't have numbers on the population there and how many people are leaving, but that's an interesting report. That's from Lebanese News. Gary Myers says, I'll bet that Supreme Leader of Iran, Khamenei, is shaking in his boots. As Manny Fabian says, the IDF has not commented on the strike. These were I'll show it again in a second. These were enormous airstrikes. Enormous. Some said bigger than the ones that killed Nasrallah.
Is any of my mods out there, my moderators in the building, in the chat?
Everybody's just waiting now to hear. Again, Barak Ravid reports that the target was in a deep underground bunker.
It's going down. It's going down.
So I'm seeing reports of possibly new strikes, but I don't know if that's true because I haven't seen. Al Mayadeen says there's possibly new strikes in the southern suburb of Beirut. I haven't seen anything on the cameras yet.
Y'all hear me really good? I'll be right back. You're gonna miss.
Okay, so Axios says that, again, the target of these enormous strikes were Axios and Sky News Arabia and this Channel 14 reporter in Israel, Hillel Biton Rosen, they all say the same thing. They all say the target of this airstrike was Hashim Safi al-Din, who was previously the number 2 in Hezbollah when Nasrallah was alive and seen as likely successor to Nasrallah. Axios said he is the leading figure to succeed Nasrallah. Axios reports he was in a deep underground bunker, and whether he was killed is not yet clear. And some reports in the press said that this was bigger than the Nasrallah attack, which was enormous. Again, just heard a little boom there. That could be in Beirut. That could also be in the northern suburbs. Thank you, Thai Coffee and Alex S. for your support, who says Iran is watching this with anxiety. Also, Nostrich, who says the level of paranoia in Hezbollah right now has to be insane. IDF clearly has a mole. I don't know what they have, but there's something there. Obviously, they just have a way of getting so much information. Thank you, Todd Sanders, David Fury. David, I don't control the amount of text in Super Chat. You can write to Facebook, write to YouTube about that. Suggest it to them. David says he served in Lebanon in the Canadian Armed Forces years ago. Thank you, David. Vanessa as well. Let's just watch one more time, in case you missed it, what happened with these enormous explosions. It was weird. You know, they had come out with a couple warnings for the southern suburbs, and then there were some explosions in the southern suburbs, which just looked like the strikes they had used to target the 2 buildings they had warned about. But they were like the usual, you know, big strikes, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then all of a sudden, it just went crazy. All right, so I'm going to show you this right now. Again, this is, oops, I got to make it say earlier. Replay from earlier. Oh, why? Replay. Oh, sorry. Replay from earlier. Here we go. This is the replay from earlier. Here we go. Replay from earlier. Big flash, big explosion, big explosion. Oh my gosh. Whoa, huge explosion, huge explosions right now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at that. Incredible. Wow. Huge explosions. Right now. Huge explosions going on. Whoa. Enormous. You can see it on both cameras, Look at the top camera too. Huge explosions. Wow. Unbelievable. Whoa. We saw it and heard it on both cameras. That's what. So the audio, you saw it, just crazy. Again, it is being widely reported that those strikes targeted the Hezbollah, likely successor to Nasrallah. Oops, sorry. Oh, I think there was just another strike. I think there was just another boom. I think there was just another boom right now. I think there was just another airstrike. See the cameras moving around? We just heard a boom. Again, I think there was another strike right now there in southern suburbs of Beirut. It certainly sounds like it. We heard a boom. The camera's moving around. Look, they gave an evacuation warning about 15 minutes ago. Let's see. I mean, there's smoke back there from the other strikes, I believe. The camera's moving around right now. Let's see. So, which of the smoke columns is it? I don't know. But certainly that looks like another strike just happened right now. Because we heard a boom.
That's crazy.
Oh, sorry. This is not a replay from earlier. Yeah. This is the live shot, as I said. I just didn't remove the label. The original strike I showed you was about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
So that's a live. That was a live boom.
That was apparently something new which just happened.
Damn, they shot some more. That was live.
So I think there might have just been another strike. Let me check Lebanese media.
It's going down over there.
So, oh, hold on a second. First of all, the Lebanese media is reporting in eastern. All right, that boom you just heard, I think, was artillery from the northern border. I don't know, though, but it might not have been. I have the northern. Should I turn off the northern border camera or not? We've been hearing a bunch in the northern border camera. It's just confusing. I can turn off the northern border camera, but then you guys won't hear if there's artillery in the northern border. So it'll be a little less confusing, but you'll hear less. The audience is mixed. Some people want no and some don't. Yeah, we're mixed on that. I think more people want me to leave the audio from the northern border camera on. So I'm going to leave it on. I know it's a little more confusing, but we've been hearing a bunch of artillery from the northern border, and people want to hear that, a lot of people. So I'm going to leave it up there. Anyways, Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news outlet, said Israeli warplanes launch a series of airstrikes in various areas of the Bekaa Valley. The Bekaa Valley is not on the southern border. It's to the east. It's eastern Lebanon. So reports of Israeli airstrikes in the Bekaa Valley. Yes, so I believe about 5 minutes ago there was another airstrike, one or more airstrikes in the southern suburb of Beirut, because Al Mayadeen says that there was. So, yes, a new airstrike a couple minutes ago. I don't know. I didn't see a flash. One of our viewers said new smoke on left. So I don't know exactly where that happened, but there was a new one or more news airstrikes just happened. One of our viewers thinks it's a follow-on strike. I don't know if it was. That I cannot tell. Oh, AP reports. Philip Lewis says Detroit AP source union for 45,000 U.S. dock workers agreed to suspend strike until January 15th to provide time to negotiate new contract. So according to Philip Lewis, AP is reporting that a source tells them that the dock strike will be postponed. The dock workers strike in the U.S. will be postponed to January 15th to provide time to negotiate a new contract. Just letting you know that. Thank you so much to Andras Stefanik. Hey, thank you, Andras Stefanik.
We'll come back to the live cover.
I really appreciate you supporting the channel and watching the channel for that long. Hey, thank you, Andras. Very kind of you.
We'll be back.
Also, Jesse Kelly, our new member, is
gonna go over here where it's really popular.
Enter Talkify, the ultimate dating hack. I met my fiance on Talkify, and let me tell you, we're talking.
Well, we got action. We got some type of action. We'll go back to do it in a minute.
אחד שמתפוצץ, זה לא הרבה. אמרו שיצאו עשרות. כן, אבל... אני לא יכול לצלם אותו.
You hear them sirens going off? You hear them going off, you know it's something going on.
למה הוא לא עומד? מה? שנייה, אני צריך להחליף פה בטריה. אין לי אפשרות.
בואו אלינו, למה הם לא באים אלינו?
איזה מצילה? תגידי, זה כאילו עשן? לא, זה לא. מצילה. סליחה. שומעים אותנו, חברים? מה?
איפה?
שמה.
לא, באנו, לא בפנים. עכשיו באתי לשם. התחלנו לא שם. עוד לא, תכף תראה.
לי, עדיף שאנחנו נעלה פעם אחת, וקודם כל נביא אותנו.
אתם כבר בשידור או שעוד לא?
אתה יכול להיות איתנו?
לאיפה אתה?
הם באים
רויטר?
אלינו? למה? הם לא במכשירים? אני לא יודעת.
אנחנו 9. 9.
תסתכלו. יופי, לי תעני. מתקשרים אליו עכשיו, תסתכלי. תגיד לי, אתה הולך רחוק, אין תאורה. אנחנו צריכים לזכור, זהו, עמדי, לא לעשות. לי, באמצע אין תאורה.
You better get out the street. Get their ass out the way, because you gonna drop them bombs out here in the street.
זה בממ"ד.
Man, that nigga on them got doing this like it wasn't nothing. And look at the White House. They always trying to get involved in some shit. Ain't nobody they ain't gonna help our country. If we get into attack, somebody got to try to attack us. Wondering if they gonna try to help us. It's crazy.
תבואו אלינו כבר, תבואו אלינו. תשאירו אצלנו את השידור, אנחנו... חבר'ה, שרון למעלה, שרון. תרדו לרצפה. לא יודע למה. למה זה אנחנו שמה? כל הלב שלי עדיין לא לעמוד, יש מלא. לא, אני יודע, אף אחד לא אומר. יש מלא. נפתח את המנורה, כי יש לנו לילה ארוך. אני שומעת, בואו אלינו. איתי, אני תופס אותך כאילו אתה מתחבק. כן, כן.
Y'all smash that like button, man. Like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you.
בזמן האמת, לומר שכאן כבר אין הזכר, לשדר אליכם אנחנו נסדר את זה באוויר את הישיבה מעלינו, זה מה שקורה עכשיו, אלו התמונות לשמוע גם ממש כאן מעלינו, יש כאן עדיין הרבה מאוד כוחות, גם משטרה כמובן, גם כוחות מגיעים, גם כוחות ההצלה והיורדים, פשוט לא עבור
תגידי להם שירדו על הרצפה.
חבר'ה, עמדו על הרצפה, עמדו על הרצפה! יאללה, כולם על הרצפה שם!
I want to go over and see what Joe Biden has got to say. We'll come back. Joe Biden briefing right now because they just launched another missile attack. Let's see. Oh yeah. Breaking news.
Trump or Harris?
Harris. I really like that Harris is cutting taxes.
I read about Trump's plan for a national sales tax on groceries, clothes, even medication, and that it would cost families nearly $4,000 a year. I can't afford that.
When you die, you go to another life. Maybe heaven, maybe purgatory, maybe hell. These are the kind.
ايوه ولا على الثمن ايوه ولا على الثمن
So using F-Plug, man. Oh, let me go to CNN. Kamala Harris speaking. Right quick. We'll come back and see what the president talking about. Vice president. Breaking news.
Kamala Harris opened America's borders to 1.4 million plus illegal immigrants. Georgia is filling up, but your vote in Georgia can put a stop to Kamala's.
Towers are demolished and laying broken on their side. And you'll never see that kind of a town or city again. Can never be duplicated. They're all demolished other than Kiev.
Look at Trump.
You'll never be able to rebuild the cities or towns the way they are. Impossible to do. They were thousands of years old. And just think about it. Just 3 years ago, you had a beautiful civilization, millions of people that were living that are now not with us any longer. Magnificent towns and cities that were so beautiful could never be reconstructed, other than Kiev, which is actually starting to be hit right now. He wanted to save that. Most of the country is gone. The heritage is gone. So many people are dead. Many people have left for Poland, for Hungary, and for other places, never to return. And that includes many, many Russian soldiers are dead. A deal could have been made. There wouldn't have been one person that died, and there wouldn't have been one golden tower laying shattered on its side. A deal could have been made if we had a competent president instead of a president that egged it all on.
Dang.
And Biden and Kamala allowed this to happen by feeding Zelensky money and munitions like no country has ever seen before. Every time he came to our country, he'd walk away with $60 billion. He's probably the greatest salesman on earth. But now Ukraine is running out of soldiers. They're using young children and old men because their soldiers are dying and other things are happening to them that we won't even discuss. So many are badly injured. And what do you have? What deal can we make? What deal can we make? It's demolished. The people are dead. The country is in rubble. And who are these people that allowed this to happen? Who are these people? I said, don't let it happen. This never happened in my 4 years. I told President Putin, you're not going to do it. He would never have done it. They started to form after I left. And I actually thought they were forming as a negotiating tactic for Putin. I thought it was a negotiation, but through a lot of bad statements and stupid statements, he went in, and he's no angel. It's all such a horror. Biden and Harris caused this situation by the stupidity of what they said, by every move they make. But they caused the situation, and now they're locked in. They're locked in. I watched this poor guy yesterday at the United Nations. He didn't know what he was saying. They just don't know what to do. They're locked into a situation. It's sad. They just don't know what to do because Ukraine is gone. It's not Ukraine anymore. You can never replace those cities and towns, and you can never replace the dead people, so many dead people. Any deal, even the worst deal, would have been better than what we have right now. If they made a bad deal, it would have been much better. They would have given up a little bit, and everybody would be living, and every building would be built, and every tower would be aging for another 2,000 years. And it will only get worse with these people. With Kamala doesn't even, she doesn't know what she's doing. More people will die. More cities will fall. The ones that fell will continue to receive more and more bombs. They'll be broken up asunder, worse than they are right now. Nothing is standing. The crops are dying. There's really nothing for the Ukrainian people to move back to. And it didn't need to happen. Those buildings are down. Those cities are gone. They're gone. And we continue to give billions of dollars to a man who refuses to make a deal, Zelensky. There was no deal that he could have made that wouldn't have been better than the situation you have right now.
Wow,
you have a country that has been obliterated, not possible to be rebuilt. It'll take hundreds of years to rebuild it. There's not enough money to rebuild it if the whole world got together. They're not going to be satisfied until they send American kids.
Let's see what's going on now live.
Did you know there's an easy way to get more views on your old YouTube videos? And the best part is it's free to try.
Massive explosions in this area that they've also obviously informed the local residents about, and we're just waiting for the confirmation to see if they found the body or if it's just going to go missing for another few days like last time. We'll find out what's happened. Okay, let's get some reaction again. Helen, thank you, Helen, saying it's a good news channel. I try, guys. Another one says green beeper.
I gotta find my other live. Let me see. Is that same dude?
of terrorism. So that will definitely make things easier. So
Yep. The thing is, though, remember the pagers exploded and the walkie-talkies exploded, and they might not trust, phones or anything. For all I know, they're not using phones. But still, I mean, like, even if you have to like write notes or something, I just it seems surprising that they would all get together in person. I don't know. I can't tell if we just heard another boom or not. It felt like maybe a distant boom or something, but I'm not sure. Oh, we just saw a flash? There was a boom. I missed a flash, I guess. I missed a flash. Okay, I think we just had a flash and a boom. Okay, I'll show it. I missed it. I was reading news. I'll show it to you guys. I heard a boom after. Why can't I see it? Oh, wow. It was big. Okay. Hey, there was just a big boom, guys. Another strike. Let me replay it for you. I'm going to replay it for you right now. Here it is. Here is the replay. Look on the left side of the screen. Look right over here. Look right over here on the left side of the screen. Watch this. Are you ready? I'm going to replay it right now. Here it is. Oh, I got to go. I got to rewind. Right there, right there, right there. Look at that. Wow, big flash. Right there. Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, I saw it.
Wow, that was huge.
Left side.
That was huge. And when did we hear the boom? I think we heard the boom like about 30 seconds after.
Y'all smash that like button, man. Like,
let it play for a
subscribe to
second.
the channel.
We heard a boom. Give it a minute. Is that too long? That seems too long to be that boom.
We live.
Right there. There. That loud noise. I can't tell if we just... Yeah. Okay. Anyways. What? Watch this again. Watch this again. Watch this again. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Huge. Okay, so that was a new. Thanks for letting me know that was a new explosion. Now we're back to live. Now we are back. No, we're back to live right now. That's live. But we just saw another big explosion on the left side of the screen. Maybe that was the area they warned about before. I'm not sure if that's the area they warned about before. But we just saw that again. Wow. Let me check for updates on that from Lebanese media.
Smash that like button, y'all. Come on, smash that like button. Share it. Like and subscribe to the channel.
Thank you, Rylan Summer and Billy McFly 90, who says, imagine how they're feeling trying to figure out who is releasing the information to Israel. Thank you, Rob O'Brien. Maybe it's not somebody, maybe it's not a mole. Maybe Israel has some technology that allows them to figure out where people are. I have no idea. Rob O'Brien, thank you. Stephen Anderson, rocking the dad life. Nick Reeves.
My bad, TikTok. I flipped the camera.
I don't want to put the map up because I don't want to miss stuff on the screen. If you want to, you can go to my X account. Go to my X account. If you want to see the maps of where these locations are, you can go to my X account. And also, I'll just, I've been reposting the warnings. So you can go to my X account, and you can just use the translate to translate the warnings. I don't want to show the maps because I don't want to miss anything that's happening on the screen. So I appreciate the suggestions because I'd rather not miss anything. Yeah, I'll post a link to my X account. I'm posting it right now. If you go there, you'll see the announcements. And the latest warning was the Hadath Beirut suburb, which I posted on X. So you can just Google it and look it up. If you put Hadath Beirut into Google Maps, you'll see it there. You know, guys, I will say this. Given the location of Hadath Beirut, that strike we just saw very well could have been the one in the most recent urgent warning, because it's a bit to the west, like northwest of the airport. If you look at the map, it kind of looks like, I think maybe they just targeted the building that they said they were going to target in that urgent warning. It does look like basically the right location. I can't confirm that though. So again, hey, thank you to Nick Reeves. Thank you, Nick. And K-Dubs and Jesse James and Stephen Anderson and Aiden and Cartoon Maps. Yeah, I'm really trying to just leave this on as much as possible and not go away from it as much as I can. I can post, you know what I can do? I can post a link. I can post a link to the neighborhood. I'll post a link to the neighborhood that the latest warning was in from Google Maps. I just posted a link to it. So you can click on that and you can go to the, see it's the Hadath neighborhood. Or did that work right? I think it did. I don't know if it did. It didn't seem like it really did. There's new smoke down there. Is that new smoke by the airport, guys? Yeah, I'm hearing a boom. I'm hearing a boom and new smoke. Was there a flash? Because I'm hearing a boom and there's new smoke back there. There's new smoke back there by the airport. Look, I just heard like a booming sound and there's new smoke back there. New strike right there. Wow. Another one. Did anyone see a flash? Nobody said they saw a flash. I definitely heard something, and we could see the smoke. So that's another strike right now. Nobody saw a flash. No flash, just smoke. So another one. Wow. Yes, Lebanese media says new airstrike. There was a flash? I can go look. It's not hard for me to look. Thank you. Some people are saying there was, and some people are saying there wasn't. No, there wasn't a flash. It was just, it got really bright when the smoke, it looks like it got bright when the smoke came.
A lot of people don't know. It was already dark over there.
I'm looking at it again. No, I didn't see an initial flash, but I'll just show you what it looked like again. Here, look. So look in the middle of yours. Look right here. Look right here. Watch right here. You'll see the smoke start to come up right here. And then look, you'll see it kind of glowing on the bottom there. See the glow on the bottom there? You can go back and watch it. It's at 2:03. It's at 2:03:30. That's not a flash. That's just glowing. It's already smoky at that point. That's not a flash. Anyways, so we just saw 2 more strikes in the last, 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes? Just intense. It's been going on for hours. It is 2 a.m. This is like the 3rd straight night of intense airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but I think this is more intense than the previous 2. Unbelievable. I mean, this is a major city with millions of people, and even the people, in the city proper who are a couple miles north, I'm sure they're hearing this stuff. We're still waiting for official word from Israel, but multiple news outlets report that the target of the enormous airstrikes about 2 hours ago was Nasrallah's likely successor, the former number 2 in Hezbollah under Nasrallah. And the New York Times says there was a meeting of senior Hezbollah leadership that was going on that was targeted in that airstrike. A truly massive strike. Some reports said even bigger than the strike that hit Nasrallah. That happened at midnight. You can go back. I'll show it in a little bit, but it happened at midnight on the clock there if you want to rewind to it. Wow. Rayan Musalam, who is in Lebanon, somebody I follow reposted her. She is in Beirut, I believe. And she said of these airstrikes, the big ones, she said, no one will ever understand how this feels like those experience it in person. No matter how many videos you watch, you will only feel 5%. Believe me, it's like hell erupting from earth, people and kids crying and running to the streets. F everything. I haven't seen it. MTV Lebanon is reporting neighborhoods completely wiped out.
We'll come back to Buddy. We'll go over here and see what's up.
HoneyBook keeps your proposals, contracts, invoices, and payments all in one place. My name is Laura Gomez, and I've partnered with over 100 brands. So trust me when I'm saying that this tool will save you time. It's called HoneyBook, and whether
You got the heavy artillery on the get in front of me, won't be. They're gonna be.
דברו איתנו בשש.
Look at that shit. This shit like a big flame of ball. They drop the way they drop them things. The missiles coming down.
ליז, תקריא מעליי. ליז, שמה. לשמה. ליז, שמה. עדיאל, אתם רואים אותנו?
Pray for all their families, man. Pray for all their families. A lot of casualties at war. Innocent people are getting killed. Innocent people.
לא, זה חלקים של לירות, חבר'ה! זה חלקים של לירות, זה לא עלינו בכלל. מה יש לך? מה אתה נצפן אליי? אחי, אתה יודע לעבוד? עיתונאי, לך הצידה. אנחנו נצפן. אנחנו נצפן אליי. שבו על הרצפה, הלו, חבר'ה, שבו! כן, אבל אתם רואים זה אחד שמתפוצץ, זה לא הרבה. אמרו שיצאו עשרות. כן, אבל... אני לא יכול לציין אותו. לי, בואי לפה, קחי את המיקרופון. למה הוא לא עונה? מה? שנייה, אני צריך להכניס בבטריה. אין לי אפשרות.
Booyaka, booyaka. Yes,
בואו אלינו, למה הם לא באים אלינו?
איזה נפילה? תגידי, זה כאילו עשן? לא, זה לא. נפילה. סליחה.
שומעים אותנו, חברים?
תגיד לי וידאו ברמה המחוזית איזה רואים יש לנו.
כן, כן, גם פה, בכל כזה.
מה? איפה?
כמה?
לא, באנו לא בפנים. עכשיו באתי משם. באנו לא שם. עוד לא. איפה זה? לי, עדיף שאנחנו נעלה פעם אחת וקודם כל נדעו אותנו. אתם כבר בשידור או שעוד לא?
אתה יכול להיות איתנו?
מאיפה אתה?
הם באים אלינו? למה? הם לא רק בנפשרים? אני לא יודעת.
אנחנו 9 אחים. 9, יצא. 9. תסתכלו. יופי, לי תעני. מתקשרים אליך עכשיו, תעני להם.
חכי לי, את הולכת רחוק, אין תאורה. אנחנו צריכים לשכור עליה. זהו, עמתי, לא לעשות. לי, את שבהם טלפון. יאללה, בוא נרוץ את זה. לא מתקשרים אליי. תדברו, הם בממ"ד. זה בלתי, זה בממ"ד. זה בממ"ד. אפשר לעשות רעיון עם מישהו ממד"א?
What's going on, y'all? Real with us. This is real careful, man. It's not nothing to play with. Look at those airstrikes. Missiles coming down, destroying them, they whole goddamn communities and shit. Like them people didn't see that coming. Half of them people was asleep in their bed when the missile strike hit. I don't think I could goddamn live in a foreign country like that, goddamn, where you gotta be on your P's and Q's 24/7. Unlike the US, you know what I'm saying? We always on our P's and Q's. But being over in them foreign country like that, you gotta be alert. You can't slip at no time of the day. Because it might go down at any time. You know what I'm saying? That life will go down any time, whether it's in the morning, afternoon, or night. Because those prime ministers and those dictators over there, they just feel like the only thing they gotta do is push a button. Boop, it's over with. And it's not like their government is not like our government. It's totally different. They dictators. They dictate their country. They ain't got all that. They don't have all them foreign policies and all that mess. Shit, they get down to business, Jack.
תבואו אלינו כבר, תבואו אלינו. תשאירו אצלנו את השיעור, בטחו. חבר'ה, תחופפו, תרדו לרצפה.
Man, you woke up and seen goddamn missiles in the sky like that. You got 100 and some, almost 200 missiles in the sky like that. What the hell are you gonna do? You can't really do too much, but just get out of harm's way if you can. If you can get away from it, you better try to flee and get away from that shit.
עדיין לא לעמוד, יש מלא.
If not, it's over with. You know what call it. Game over.
אני שומעת, בואו אלינו. אני תופס אותך כאילו אתה מתחבא. כן, כן. אנחנו נמצאים אמנם כאן בזירת הפיגוע בתל אביב, אבל עם נדב והצלם של לראות את המצלמה, אפשר ממש לראות את הפיגועים בזמן אמת, לומר שכאן כבר אין הזכה, לכן אנחנו יכולים לשדר אליכם. אנחנו נסדר לכם.
Smash that like button, man. If you hadn't already done it, smash that like button. On TikTok, y'all tap that
מעלינו יש כאן עדיין
Comment, share, like, and subscribe.
חבר'ה, עמדו על הרצפה, עמדו על הרצפה!
I don't even understand what they're saying. They probably
יאללה,
saying get the hell out the way.
כולם על הרצפה שם!
They probably saying let's get out the way. Let's run. Let's go. Shit, they probably try to tell them warn them, but they trying to warn y'all that.
אני רוצה לבדוק שנייה את המיקרופון. הלו, חבר'ה! מה יש לו?
הלו. אחורה. הלו. אחורה.
נויה! נויה!
נהיה לה ירותי.
שיסרקו, הם מסתכלים על
בסדר. זה מול נושא הירות הזה. עדיין, שומעים אותי? חברים, שומעים אותי? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. מה, כן, תהיו?
אין בעיה, תירגע. כשמבקשים את הפרטים אחורה, זה הכל. זהו, זה כל המקום. גבר, אנחנו באמצע אירוע רציני, לא נתווכח עם זה.
תענו לנו. תשכבו על הרצפה. גבר, לך אחורה, גבר. חברים, אני מדבר בשש. חברים, דברו איתנו בשש. תדברו אליהם. אני גם אצלם אותה. לי, תסתכלי מעליי. לי, לשמה. לשמה. לי, לשמה.
Shit, they been not letting no goddamn Iran get a hold of no goddamn nuke. Iran get a hold of the nuke. Them and this, it's over with for everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and say it.
אחד רץ, אחד נופל על הרצפה. לא, זה חלקיס בדיון, תענו חבר'ה.
Meantime, and then you don't know what pushing down. They pushing down on their mind. They in time.
אחי, שווה לעבוד, תונה, ילך הצידה. הוא נצמח. הוא נצמח אולי. שבו על הרצפה, הלו, חבר'ה, שבו!
Mm-hmm.
כן, מה שאתם רואים זה אחד שמתפוצץ, זה לא הרבה. אמרו שיצאו עשרות. כן, אבל... אני לא יכול לציין אותו. לי, בוא לפה, קחי את המיקרופון. למה הוא לא עומד? מה? שנייה, אני צריך להכניס פה בטריה. אין לי אפשרות.
בואו אלינו, למה הם לא באים אלינו?
איזה נפילה? תגידי, זה כאילו עשן? לא, זה לא. נפילה. סליחה. שומעים אותנו, חברים?
תביא לי וידאו ברמה המחוזית, איזה רואים יש לנו.
I'm about to put y'all on game. So give me just for a quick second.
איפה?
We're gonna come back to this. We'll go over here for a second.
לי, עדיף שאנחנו נעלה פעם אחת וקודם כל נדבר אותם. אתם כבר בשידור או שעוד לא?
אתה יכול להיות איתנו?
מאיפה אתה?
הם באים אלינו? למה? הם לא מכשירים? אני לא יודעת.
אנחנו 9 אחי. 9, יצא, 9.
Let's see. We'll come back. Cause it's all buttoned down.
My people, life is sweet. Oh, life is sweet. Look at this. I just came back from.
Put y'all up on game.
This is a major attack. Jim Sciutto, this is obviously
It's a major attack. There's no
what
question.
you are seeing, what we are all seeing with our own eyes is a major attack from Iran.
It's a major attack, Dana, and it's an escalation. It's an escalation of this war beyond what we saw. I think potentially beyond what we saw in April when Iran launched dozens of missiles and drones. This attack, according to U.S. intelligence, principally or perhaps entirely ballistic missiles, which are the fastest by far and the most dangerous. And now what we're seeing in addition to those intercepts is we're seeing fragments falling to the ground. It's like a deadly fireworks display over Tel Aviv.
And
Goodness,
you're
there was an
talking
impact
about
just
Tel
to the left
Aviv.
of us here.
And you're talking about Tel Aviv, Jim. We are looking at pictures right now. Oh, we are looking at pictures of Tel Aviv, what you're describing.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down right next to us here.
Please do, Jim.
Get
Please
your
do.
stupid ass off the damn roof.
They're coming down. One just about. We got to go inside.
Jim, please take cover.
I mean, I'm just saying, putting it out there. That's how them journalists be though. Take cover.
We are listening and we are watching.
All right, let me go up to the note.
We're in discussion of that. I think that would be a little anyway.
What are they talking about? Whole body.
Gusto is the #1 choice for small business payroll. It's fast.
This is a major
I think
attack. Jim Sciutto, this is obviously
It's a major attack. There's no
what
question.
you are seeing, what we are all seeing with our own eyes is a major attack from Iran.
It's a major attack, Dana, and it's an escalation. It's an escalation of this war beyond what we saw.
This is a major attack. Jim.
Hold on, y'all.
We want to continue on with some other breaking news that we are following for you. We are going overseas now. This is a live look in Beirut as we are getting new information right now. A U.S. official is saying that Iran is preparing an imminent ballistic missile attack on Israel. This comes just after a very, very violent weekend from back and forth of Israel and Hamas. And now we are learning that Iran is preparing this imminent ballistic missile attack that could come at any moment. Israel said its ground troops crossed into Lebanon overnight, launching what the military described as localized raids to root out Hezbollah fighters and infrastructure. Hezbollah denied Israeli troops had entered Lebanon, but hours later, the Israeli army announced it also carried out dozens of ground raids into southern Lebanon, going back nearly a year. We are also learning that oil prices are jumping on the concerns over this Mideast violence and crisis right now. Oil prices jumped on worries about the potential for increased violence in the Middle East and for disruptions to the flow of crude from the region. Right now, a barrel of benchmark U.S. crude rose 3% to top $70. Also saying that Egypt is criticizing Israel's serious escalation in Lebanon. Egypt's top diplomat today deplored Israel's serious escalation in southern Lebanon after the Israeli military said it launched a limited and focused ground incursion. Iran is preparing to imminently launch a ballistic missile attack on Israel, according to a senior U.S. administration official who warned today that there could be severe consequences should it take place there. The official, whose name was not given, says that the U.S. is actively supporting Israeli defense operations. This comes after the Israeli military today warned people to evacuate nearly 24 Lebanese border communities hours after announcing what it says were limited ground operations against Hezbollah. So again, we know that this weekend has been very, very serious in the fight of Hezbollah and Israel, the back and forth going on right now. We are also learning of new news, at least 19 dead in airstrikes in Gaza. Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 19 people in the Gaza Strip, including 5 women and 3 children. That's according to Palestinian medical officials. So we are keeping an eye on this. Obviously, a very, very fluid situation right now, as the U.S. has indications that Iran is preparing an imminent ballistic missile attack against Israel. That is the news from a U.S. official. We are going to keep you focused in on this. And once we get more information, again, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But again, do want to give you a live look here in Beirut as well, as we are continuing to really showcase and analyze everything that is coming in. Very, very fluid at this time. But again, breaking news is that the U.S. has indications that Iran is preparing imminent ballistic missile attack against Israel. So once we get more information, more news, and more updates, we will provide that to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, very fluid situation going on there, and very tense, of course, in the Middle East, as you can expect.
Getting analysis.
It's just crazy. Let me go back over there.
Is the Gaza strategy being repeated? Israel has warned people to leave southern Lebanon for their safety and head north. But Beirut is north. These airstrikes into the city late this morning. More displacements are coming because late this afternoon, a sudden sign that Israel's so-called limited incursion is in fact expanding invasion. Here in Jerusalem, the IDF, the Israeli military, suddenly announced that the Lebanese people must now get out of another 25 towns and villages. In a message sent directly to your phone, they say, the IDF does not intend to harm you, so for your own safety, you must evacuate your homes immediately and head north. Be careful. You must not go south. Save your lives. Like Gaza before, Israel bans independent media coverage of its invasion, releasing its own censored video instead. Independent coverage from the Lebanese side all but impossible too, because Israel says it'll treat any moving vehicle there as a potential target. Allahu Akbar, shuhada. To the east, the widening war continues. Overnight, Israeli airstrikes damaging a Russian airbase in Syria. Moscow's response, its ambassador to Israel this afternoon, advising all Russians to consider leaving the country. Confirmation today that the US and Israel are discussing bombing Iranian oil.
We're in discussion of that. I think that would be a little, anyway.
That comment put global oil prices up nearly 4%.
What the fuck?
Back in Israel, satellite images of the Nevatim airbase show damage done by Iran's missile barrage on Tuesday night. Israel confirmed the hits but said they had no significant effect. What is more obviously confirmed, though, this: the remains of an Iranian ballistic missile still lying where its mission came to rest, in the southern deserts of Israel.
And Alex joins us live from Jerusalem with the latest.
Yes, I mean, where does this leave Israel tonight? A strange confluence of moods simultaneously. Of course, on the surface, it is the Jewish New Year, a time for families to get together, businesses to close. Everything is very muted and quiet around those celebrations, and they are particularly muted. Jerusalem itself, quiet, of course. There's very few tourists here because of the war and the general security situation. But beyond that, underneath that, perhaps more deeply, a sense of foreboding, sense of being in a pressure cooker with the pressure constantly building. As I've just outlined in the report tonight, you can see why that is happening in terms of the global issues going on, ramped up today by what President Biden in the States said about talking openly with Israel about the possibility of striking oil installations in Iran. The sense, of course, it is a question of when, not if, Israel will retaliate to those 181 missiles fired a couple of nights ago by Iran into Israel, and of course what then Iran may do in response should that happen.
Alex Thompson, well, 9 people were killed during the night here when an Israeli strike hit a medical center run by a group aligned with Hezbollah in the heart of the city, as Alex just reported, not far from the Parliament building and Western embassies. Israel described it as a precise attack. Earlier today, I went down to the scene of that attack. Most Israeli airstrikes in Beirut are concentrated around the southern area known as Dahir, populated by Hezbollah and where Hassan Nasrallah was killed last week. But this blast in the center of Beirut was close to the rich downtown areas of a city that had in recent years become a Middle Eastern playground. Nobody here was expecting to find themselves close to an airstrike. In a normal residential neighborhood, people are shocked and upset that they are not just clearing away the debris, but finding out who was killed and what's happened to the injured. 4 are still in hospital, 10 have been released. This is not a Hezbollah area. The dominant group here is another Shia organization called Amal, and this building was a sort of a civil defense headquarters with a health center on these floors that were targeted around 2:15 in the middle of the night. The locals here say there were 10 or more people in it at the time of the airstrike, and many of them have ended up dead. As the war goes on, Amal is effectively aligned now with Hezbollah. The Israelis say they were targeting terrorists. Were these people terrorists?
Every word they say is a lie. Lie, lie, lie.
Everywhere here, there are displaced people too, from southern Lebanon and, like Maria, parts of Beirut ordered to evacuate. So what will you do?
We can't go to another place. There is just here. So now we are waiting if we die or survive. We were in Maisel Jabal in south and came to Beirut, to our house in Dahi. When the strikes took place in Dahi, we came to this school because we don't have a house. Where we will go?
Beirut houses almost half the population of Lebanon, but hundreds of thousands have had to flee their homes already, and most think things will only get worse tomorrow. Well, Israel warned residents of more villages and towns in southern Lebanon to evacuate to areas over 30 miles north of the border. But much of the land near the border is already deserted, with hundreds of thousands of people fleeing their homes in fear that Israel's ground invasion could be expanding. Our foreign affairs correspondent, Secunda Kermani, is in the southern city of Tyre, where the streets are virtually empty. Secunda.
Well, Christian, we've been hearing both incoming and outgoing fire throughout the day. We can't really get any closer to the border, partly because Hezbollah have told us that we're not allowed to do that, partly also because the Israeli army has warned that any cars traveling from north to south in the region could be targeted. So it's hard to build up an independent picture of what's happening in terms of Israel's ground incursion into southern Lebanon and Hezbollah's fight back against it. We do know that close to the border, a Red Cross convoy today was struck by an Israeli strike, that 4 paramedics were wounded, and that 1 Lebanese government army soldier was killed. The World Health Organization has also said today that 28 on-duty medics have been killed in the past 24 hours. All of this, I think, underlining just how dangerous the situation is. Across southern Lebanon, the sights and sounds of war, as the number of killed and injured by Israeli strikes rises. Hezbollah have sustained devastating blows, but they're still the dominant presence here, and they're controlling what we can film. Hussein Jeshi is one of the group's members of parliament. Many people here in Lebanon are very angry about what Israel is doing, but many are also angry with Hezbollah for, they say, dragging the country into a war they did not want. How would you respond?
Everyone is entitled to express their opinion. We respect that, but we are committed to our duty, to our homeland, above anything else.
Is there anything short of a ceasefire in Gaza that would lead Hezbollah to stop firing on northern Israel? Because Hezbollah, this whole country, is paying a very high price for this war.
The Zionist regime is the one that has dragged Lebanon into this war. We ask the Zionists to stop their massacres on us and the people of Gaza.
We're in the city of Tyre, at the site of yet another airstrike. When you look around at the scale of the destruction here, you get a sense of just how powerful the explosions must have been. These were 2 buildings that are now just reduced to this huge pile of rubble. People's personal possessions, children's toys, strewn amongst the debris. Israel accuses Hezbollah of hiding its fighters and weapons amongst the population. Hussein's wife and daughter were amongst those killed here. There were no explosives or rockets here, he says, but we are used to this. Our blood, our bodies, our children are all for Sayyid Hassan, referring to the slain Hezbollah leader. Hezbollah is firmly enmeshed into all aspects of life here, running a state within a state. It even has its own civil defense team. 7 of its members were killed in Beirut overnight. You believe that your teams are being deliberately targeted?
They're deliberately targeting us. I've seen it with my own eyes. Maybe they hit us by accident once, but we've had 30 colleagues killed in the past week. They can't all be a mistake.
We're only getting a glimpse into this conflict, but even amidst competing narratives, the suffering is clear to see. Well, as you were saying, Krish, a little earlier, more than 20 towns and villages today warned to evacuate by the Israeli army. That brings the total to around 70 towns and villages that have been given such orders. And what's significant about the ones that were given out today is that some of these areas are to the north of where we are right now, and tied to the north of the Litani River. So that's deeper into Lebanon than the area Israel had previously been talking about pushing Hezbollah out from, and that's only going to strengthen fears about the possible eventual scale of Israel's offensive here.
Sikander Kamani. Now today, of course, is Rosh Hashanah, one of the biggest Jewish holidays of the year, so there are few people in Israel giving television interviews. But from here in Lebanon, joining me now is the Minister for the Economy, Amin Salam. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. This economy was already in such trouble. What is the impact of this war?
Well, good evening. Thank you for having me. Definitely, the impact of the war on the economy is devastating. Everybody knows very well that prior to the beginning of this war, Lebanon was already struggling for almost 3 years with a collapse in the economy, loss of the value of the Lebanese national currency, unemployment, social issues. I mean, the country has been struggling for a while, way before the war. The war came to add yet another layer of challenge to Lebanon. Now we're talking about over 1 million displaced people, not to mention the 1.5 million or 700,000 Syrian refugees that are still in Lebanon. All that has really piled up to turn this nation into crisis mode. Today, the GDP is in terrible shape because hundreds of thousands.
Hold on one check. Let me check this out. Put y'all on game. This is much. What really going on over there? Why they want that shit? This it. I think that might be it. Because Iran,
What will happen
they
with this
teaming
AI
up with
if the government
Iran is
won't let it
teaming up
happen?
with Russia.
It will bring the world to self-destruction.
I did not have Israel striking Russians on my 2024 bingo card, but here we are. Last night, there were airstrikes on Russian Hamim air base in Syria, and allegedly it was Israel doing it. Here are some clips of the airstrike for you guys, and then we'll get into why Israel is targeting Russian air bases.
So this is what they're doing, I think, 2023. Russia and Syria are going at each other. So now Iran is going at attacking.
Now,
Iran
of course, YouTube is not going to like that clip because they're not advertiser friendly. And this is why sometimes we run the risk of our videos getting demonetized and worse yet, restricted. So if you guys can just take a second to hit the like button down below, it just helps us out tremendously in the algorithm. It wasn't just the airbase that was targeted. Other military sites in the region were also targeted, including the naval base that's also controlled by the Russian military. The missiles came from a naval battleship, and the bombardment lasted almost an entire hour. It's important to note that Israeli strike did not target the runways or the towers at the airbase or the civilian airport. That goes to show that the goal was not to leave these structures inoperational. Now, I'm sure most of you guys are asking two questions. First, what the hell is Russia doing in Syria? And secondly, what exactly was Israel targeting? Now, the first question has a long story behind it, so we'll get into that at the end of the video. But for now, let's answer what Israel was targeting in this strike. Now, of course, Israel didn't.
Hold on, let's see. There we go. This is the one I want y'all to see.
Nuclear arsenal, or Iran actually gets the nuke.
Tired of guessing what's wrong with your YouTube videos? Well, vidIQ has the answers.
Right,
just connect your YouTube channel, click optimize, and vidIQ.
Trying to get a hold of them damn nukes.
That Iran is trying to do this is not particularly shocking. The first investigations into Iran's nuclear programs were already done 20 years ago. What is shocking, though, is how close Iran is. What the International Atomic Energy Agency found was that Iran possessed uranium enriched to 84%. For anyone that doesn't understand the ins and outs of nuclear science, it boils down to this. Iran can make nuclear bombs within 12 days if they wish to. And that's according to top US Defense Department officials who are looking at the situation very closely. Now, you may think that this isn't that concerning. With the Russia-Ukraine war going on, there is more than enough to worry about when it comes to nuclear bombs. Moscow possesses the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world, with close to 6,000 nuclear warheads. But Iran getting nuclear bombs is very concerning. This change will shake the entire geopolitical landscape of the Middle East. You see, a lot of countries don't like it when Iran tries to make these powerful weapons. For one, Israel has said it would attack Iran in the scenario that it gets close to acquiring nuclear capabilities. Yes, Israel will actually send in fighter jets to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. And since Israel is a big military ally of the United States, you can see how this can go downhill very fast. The Middle East has been plagued by wars, many with the US involved in them. Add to that Iran's many enemies in the region, such as Saudi Arabia, and the chaos is complete. In this video, we're going to talk about how Iran getting nuclear weapons can spark a major conflict. We'll go over all the different parties involved in this potential disaster, and why Iran would even do this in the first place. And surprise, surprise, Russia might be helping out Iran.
Y'all hear that? Russia's probably helping Iran with this war. So that means
before I jump in, just a
helping
quick
in this
request to hit that like button. Your likes make a huge difference in how many views my videos get. YouTube doesn't like promoting videos that are not quote-unquote brand friendly.
The one thing big brands don't tell you about meeting marketing goals. Think about it. Do you ever happen to see a big name brand without followers, likes, and comments? Or even
Your likes tell the algorithm that the video is worth promoting. So please, let's try to get this video to 100,000 likes. All right, let's jump into the video. When we look at this chart showing Iran's GDP over the last 10 years, it becomes obvious that the economy isn't running smoothly in the country. The GDP numbers have been slashed by almost 50% over this 10-year period. The reason for this is simple. Lots of countries have put a ton of sanctions on Iran, which mainly target the country's economy and its military. For some time, Iran was the most heavily sanctioned country on Earth. This was true for many years until Russia came and snatched Iran's title away from them. Right now, Iran has amassed a total of 4,191 sanctions. Mainly Western countries, such as the US or European nations, have placed these sanctions on Tehran. The reason for these sanctions is Iran's nuclear program. Iran has been suspiciously trying to build nukes over the last decades, something that many Western countries found concerning. Back in 2002, it was revealed that Iran was building 2 secret nuclear sites. Iran claimed that these sites were for peaceful purposes, such as nuclear energy. But because Iran is an oil-rich country without much need for nuclear energy, yeah, this kind of raised some questions. After some diplomatic talks that followed, Iran agreed to the Paris Accord in 2004. This accord said that Iran could enrich uranium only for peaceful purposes, and that the International Atomic Energy Agency could keep their eye on this. However, this plan eventually failed because the nuclear program wasn't transparent enough. International researchers couldn't properly evaluate the nuclear program because they weren't allowed into some of Iran's military facilities. The US and the EU began placing sanctions on Iran in fear that Iran might actually produce nuclear weapons. There was some hope in 2014 when China, Russia, the European Union, and the United States made a deal with Iran. This deal, called the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, was supposed to keep Iran from getting a nuclear arsenal. In turn, other countries wouldn't place sanctions on Iran. But in 2018, the Trump administration stepped out of this nuclear deal with Iran. When the deal was no longer in place, the status quo began to change. Iran began to ramp up its uranium enrichment, and in turn, it received a lot of sanctions for it. Western countries, and especially the US, began to target every aspect of the Iranian economy. This hurt Iran financially. The inflation rate is now above 40%, and the country lost billions of dollars in GDP in a few years. So Iran enriching uranium and trying to develop a nuclear bomb has a very heavy price. The question is, why? Why is Iran trying to make nuclear bombs in the first place? After all, wouldn't it be much easier to terminate the nuclear weapons program and not get these heavy sanctions? The first thing we should look at is Iran's leadership. Iran has a theocratic government, effectively ruled by the Islamic clergy. The country's supreme leader has the highest political and religious authority. The current supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, has been kind of vague on what his nuclear ambitions are. Officially, the leader has said that nuclear bombs are forbidden under Islamic law because they lead to the deaths of innocent people. But these statements don't add up with what the Iranian government is actually doing. You can't say that nuclear bombs are bad and at the same time be enriching uranium to near weapon-grade levels. There are no civilian programs that need 84% enriched uranium. And keep in mind that the supreme leader can change the Islamic law anytime he wants to. So the ruling against nuclear bombs isn't really that trustworthy. It doesn't take a genius to see that Iran's leadership is planning something here. But what? Well, the answer lies in Iran's foreign policy. Iran has made a lot of enemies, both in the Middle East and internationally. One of the countries that Iran doesn't get along with is the United States. Both parties are to blame for this strained relationship. It began with the United States, which aided in a 1953 coup overthrowing the democratically elected government of Iran. The coup replaced the Iranian prime minister with a pro-Western dictator. Since then, the Iranian public has had a strong dislike of the United States. After 1979, this relationship between the two countries got even worse. During the Islamic Revolution, Iranian revolutionaries seized the U.S. embassy in Tehran and held American diplomats hostage for 444 days. This effectively ended diplomatic relationships between the two countries. When Iraq invaded Iran in 1980, the U.S. provided intelligence to Saddam Hussein to help Iraq fight Iran. This also didn't help the
Did you know that Amazon has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out every month? And here's how you can get a cut of it. My name is Charlotte Mickelson, and we help everyday people grow their income with this one simple method. And we're pretty darn good at it. Our company, Publishing.com, was named the 19th fastest growing company in America. And
the already strained relationship. To this day, Iran and the US are big enemies of each other. The United States has said that Iran is among the greatest threats to its interests and allies in the Middle East. Historically, one of the main US interests in the region has been energy security. But at the moment, these energy security interests are minimal. The United States imports more oil from Canada than the entire Persian Gulf region combined. Right now, US influence in the region is mostly about geopolitics and global security. The United States is building strategic alliances with certain countries in the region to advance its own interests. This is something that Iran doesn't like. They want the United States out of the region and to get more influence themselves. So the allies of the United States in the Middle East have become the enemies of Iran. Many of the United States allies are located in the Arabian Peninsula. Both Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have close ties with the United States. Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates aren't the most reliable partners for the United States, however. After the war in Ukraine started and oil prices surged, the Saudi-led OPEC organization cut oil production, driving up oil prices even further. The United States didn't like this move because these oil-rich countries were profiting off of the war and the inflated oil prices. More recently, Saudi Arabia announced even more oil cuts despite US discouragement. But even though these alliances aren't that reliable, they are extremely important. Saudi Arabia and the UAE are some of the most powerful and influential countries in the Arab world. Washington has strategically built ties with these countries because it provides geopolitical benefits for the US. Having Saudi Arabia and the UAE on your side helps economically and politically. And one of these strategic ties is related to the military. The United States is both Saudi Arabia's and the UAE's top military supplier. As of the writing of this video, the United States is holding military drills with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other Gulf countries in Operation Eagle Resolve 23. These exercises are supposed to enhance cooperation and exchange military expertise. And Iran doesn't like this. It thinks that these countries are getting a little too close with the West and Iran's big enemy, the United States. That's why Iran has been fighting a Cold War with Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. I've already talked about this at length in one of my previous videos, so you can feel free to check that out. But it comes down to this. Iran is fighting Saudi Arabia and its allies in proxy wars throughout the Middle East. Syria, Iraq, and Yemen are all examples of this conflict. Sometimes Iran itself sends in troops, but most of the time Iran supports militias and terrorist groups to achieve its aims. With these proxy wars, Iran is trying to expand its influence in the region to get even more powerful. And with the Cold War going on between Iran and Saudi Arabia, the rivalry is about power more than anything else. Iran doesn't like Saudi Arabia getting all too powerful in the Middle East, which is why it wants to expand its own influence. The tension between the two countries has cooled down significantly, with China's diplomatic helping hand. Saudi Arabia and Iran have recently restored diplomatic ties in an historic rapprochement move, but that doesn't mean the Cold War is completely over. Iran hasn't completely given up on its goals of becoming a regional powerhouse. Iran seeking to acquire nuclear bombs may very well be linked to this remainder of Cold War policy. When you're trying to expand your influence in the region, you want to be dominant in one way or another. Possessing nukes is a great way to do this. Additionally, the chances are small that your enemies will directly attack you when you have a ton of nukes. Because Iran has made a ton of enemies with its Cold War against Saudi-led powers in the region, this is very useful to have as a safeguard. But understandably, Iran's enemies aren't too happy about these nuclear ambitions. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister has said that all bets are off if Iran gets a nuclear weapon. The Saudi crown prince has promised that Saudi Arabia will make its own nuclear bombs when Iran does so. This could very well spark a nuclear arms race in the region, which will make the Cold War that's ongoing even more scary. The Middle East won't get safer when these rivals can wipe each other out with the push of a button.
Over the past week, I've observed our CENTCOM troops participating in Juniper Oak 23 TAC 2 alongside our Israel Defense Forces, operating together on land, in the air, and on sea. This is Israeli military partnership is stronger than it was 5 days ago.
Apart from Saudi Arabia, Iran has another enemy in the Middle East, Israel. Israel has had close ties with the United States ever since it was founded in 1948. In fact, the United States was the first country to recognize.
Do not pay somebody to build you a Shopify store, because I'm going to do it free with 20 handpicked products by myself and my expert team and professionally written ad copy for all of those products at no charge. And if you don't believe me, I dare you to click on this ad, go to the next page, and see if I ask you for a single penny. And I'm doing this because I am a Shopify partner and an endorsed commerce coach by their platform, and they're actually going to pay me to build your store for you.
The state of Israel as a sovereign country. Since World War II, Israel has gotten $158 billion in U.S. foreign assistance for economic aid, but mainly for military purposes. The United States has given Israel more foreign military financing than the rest of the world combined. In 1989, Israel became a major non-NATO ally of the United States, giving the country a level of U.S. military backing. It's fair to say that the U.S.-Israel alliance is a strong one. Recently, U.S. forces trained together with the Israeli military in the Juniper Oak 23 joint exercises. These were the largest ever U.S.-Israel military exercises in history. Israel is, with no doubt, the strongest partner of the United States in the Middle East. Because Israel is such a close U.S. ally, it's also a very big enemy for Iran. Just like with Saudi Arabia, Iran is fighting a Cold War with Israel. But this Cold War is a little more intense. Iran has openly declared its ambition to destroy the state of Israel and wipe it off the map. In 2005, a new Iranian president said that Israel is a disgraceful blot that should be wiped off the face of the earth. More recently, in 2019, Iran's top general said that Israel must be wiped off the map, and that it is an achievable goal. It goes without saying that Israel and Iran, well, they don't like each other very much. For decades, Iran has supported terrorist organizations to conduct attacks in Israeli territory. Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah are all organizations sponsored by the Iranian government. So let's go over how this Cold War has affected the region thus far. On the news, you've probably heard about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, especially the situation in Gaza. For years now, tons of rockets have been fired from both the Palestinian and Israeli side, in an area known as the Gaza Strip. This region has a complicated history. It is populated by Arab Palestinians, but it was annexed by Israel in 1967. This happened after the Six-Day War with Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, who didn't accept Israel as a newly founded country. After this war, Israel took control over the area as some kind of safety measure to protect itself from further attacks coming from Egypt. But the Israeli forces didn't go away for decades, and many nations have since called it an illegal military occupation. In 2005, Israel disengaged from the Gaza Strip, meaning that the region is officially not under Israeli control anymore. But Israel still controls and blocks the borders of the Gaza Strip, and Israeli forces regularly intervene in the area using force. The reason for this is that Hamas, an Iranian-funded terrorist organization, is in control of the Gaza Strip. Hamas is an extremist organization which wants to destroy the state of Israel just like Iran does. The Iranian government has supplied Hamas with rockets to fire them at Israel. Hamas indiscriminately fired hundreds of rockets at Israel population centers in what human rights groups consider to be war crimes. Most of these rockets were intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome defense system, but some civilians were killed. Israel fired back at the Gaza Strip in attacks which were targeted at terrorists, as they claim. But these attacks also caused many civilian deaths, a lot more than the Palestinian attacks on Israel did. A reason for this is that Palestinians don't have advanced defense and missile systems, unlike the Israelis. But the other reason for the civilian deaths is that terrorist organizations like Hamas use human shields. This means that they fire rockets from and hide in civilian areas, giving Israel no choice but to try and attack these places. Now, I'm not going to pick sides in the complicated Israeli-Palestinian conflict, since that wouldn't be good journalism. But it is crucial to understand that this Israel-Palestine war is closely entangled with the Cold War between Israel and Iran. And the Gaza Strip isn't the only place where this is happening. Lebanon, a country neighboring Israel to the north, has the same phenomenon. The militant and political organization Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy in Lebanon, has recently attacked Israeli forces on the Israeli-Lebanese border. Hezbollah has a lot of political influence in Lebanon as a political party, and its parliamentary wing is so strong that the organization can act independent from the Lebanese government. In 2006, Hezbollah killed several Israeli soldiers and abducted 2, prompting an Israeli reaction. In fact, these border skirmishes led to a full-on war between Israel and Lebanon. Israel performed attacks from the ground, air, and sea on Hezbollah facilities in Lebanon. The war lasted for 34 days straight, and it evolved into guerrilla warfare, killing over 1,000 Lebanese in total. Again, this tragic conflict is closely related to the war between Israel and Iran.
You still winning big at Chumba Casino?
Absolutely. Have you signed up yet?
Is it for real?
Of course. It's more real than that Rolex. Plus, it's free to sign up. And then you could play hundreds of games anytime, anywhere.
That was
and Iran. Hezbollah wouldn't be as powerful as it was if it weren't for Iran. In fact, it wouldn't even exist. Hezbollah was created by followers of Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini, and its first troops were trained by Iranian Revolutionary Guards. To this day, Iran provides training, weapons, and money to the organization. U.S. estimates are that Iran gives $700 million annually to Hezbollah. By doing this, Iran is fighting Israel through its Hezbollah proxy. Another country where Iran and Israel are fighting each other is in Syria. After the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel has occupied another area, the Golan Heights. This former Syrian territory was supposed to be a buffer zone to protect Israel from further Syrian attacks. Because Syria is in a civil war right now, Israel has refused to give up this territory, and Iran has a role in this. The Syrian civil war has a lot of Iranian involvement in it. Iran supports Assad's government by providing weapons, training, technical support, and even thousands of combat troops. A recent example of this is when Iran smuggled weapons into Syria by using earthquake aid convoys as a disguise. Hezbollah, the pro-Iranian Lebanese group, is also actively involved in this civil war. The reason for Iran's support of the Syrian regime is to achieve its own geopolitical goals. For example, Tehran wants to have access to the Mediterranean Sea, and it wants more political influence in the region. The Israeli government doesn't like this. It doesn't want another pro-Iranian country right next to its border. That's why Israel decided to attack Iranian forces and proxies in Syria with air attacks. Starting all the way back in 2013, Israel has conducted hundreds of strikes in Syrian territory. Again, this has to do with the Israeli-Iranian Cold War. Israel is conducting these airstrikes because it doesn't like Iran being too close to its borders. From these 3 examples in Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria, you can see that this Cold War is pretty serious. Unfortunately,
juggling multiple client sites? Supercharge your productivity with AI made for agencies. Instantly create unique and compelling content. Improve existing copy. And shorten or lengthen text to fit the space. But that's just the beginning. Generate new site sections. including relevant copy, images, and suggested section layouts. Simply scan the website for missing SEO metadata. With just one click, easily add meta titles, description, and more to all site pages. Entire sites optimized in seconds. You can even add alt text to all of a site's images in one place. Launch sites in no time and deliver better client results with the power of AI. Build faster, better, and smarter with Duda.
Ryan's melodies can stir the soul, but in the endless sea of social media, his tunes barely echo. But what if there was a way to turn up the volume on Ryan's music, to let his songs reach the audience they deserve? That's where we step in. We're not just about numbers, we're about making sure talents like Ryan.
Iran getting nuclear bombs will only make this Cold War even worse. You see, Israel isn't letting Iran get away with producing nuclear bombs. According to Israel's defense minister, Benny Gantz, the country is preparing for the possibility of an attack on Iran. Yes, Israel is actually planning to attack Iran. Gantz told his Air Force pilots in a speech that this attack can come in 2 or 3 years. When Iran gets too close to developing nuclear bombs, Israel will send in its fighter jets to try to bomb the Iranian facilities. This sounds like a recipe for disaster. And when Iran gets its nuclear bombs, it will be just that, a disaster. When Israel attacks Iran, it can spark an armed conflict between the two nations. Iran will most likely try to attack Israel back, and it could have the capabilities to do this. Just a few days ago, Iran unveiled a new hypersonic missile called Fatah. Theoretically, this missile can strike Israel in under 7 minutes, making the time for Israel to intercept very limited. Apart from this new hypersonic missile, Iran has an arsenal of other missiles that it can deploy. This will put Israelis' air defenses, such as the Iron Dome, to the test. And when such a direct Iranian counterattack with missiles fails, there are a lot of other options on the table. Tehran can also try to attack using its proxies in Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine to conduct the counterattack. In a very extreme scenario, Iran could even send in its own army to the front lines. But from the point of the Israeli attack onwards, it becomes impossible to predict what happens next. One thing is certain: the risk of escalation is very real. And when Israel and Iran get into war with each other, it will undoubtedly be a costly war. Israel has one of the most advanced militaries in the world. It is highly speculated that Israel already has a nuclear arsenal, which makes it a dangerous country to mess with. Apart from that, the country with just over 9 million people also has some of the world's best fighter jets, tanks, drones, you name it. But how can such a small country have such a good military? Well, for starters, the United States has signed a law to ensure Israel has a qualitative military edge in its region. The United States provides advanced weapons to Israel to make sure that its military is one step ahead of the others in the Middle East. What also helps is Israel's defense budget. The nation spent a whopping $24.3 billion on defense in 2021 alone. Iran can put up with this, though. In 2021, Iran's government spent $24.6 billion on its military. Keep in mind, however, that Iran's population is much bigger, with 87.9 million citizens. Israel has about 170,000 active military personnel, while Iran comes in at 610,000. Both Iran and Israel have their advantages and disadvantages in a possible conflict. Israel has high-tech weapons from the United States, while Iran's army is bigger in absolute numbers. But it doesn't make sense for Iran to risk it and produce nuclear weapons, right? It could result in a nasty and costly war with Israel, and possibly even the United States. And when the United States gets involved, Iran's chances of winning are going to be pretty low. But Iran does have one more card up its sleeve: its newly found alliance with Russia. After the war in Ukraine started, Iran started to form a strategic alliance with Russia. The two countries haven't had the best relationship historically because the Russian Empire has frequently attacked Iran. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, the nations have seen a significant shift in their relationship. After all, it's not surprising that the number 1 and 2 most sanctioned countries in the world are teaming up with each other. Both countries are facing economic and military pressures from the West, so forming an alliance makes a lot of sense. Iran has supplied Russia with hundreds of drones for the war in Ukraine, like the infamous Shahed 136 suicide drone. This drone has killed hundreds of people in Ukraine, and Tehran has also sent around 300,000 artillery shells and 1 million rounds of ammunition to their new ally. Since the middle of 2022, Iran has become Russia's top military backer. But the question is, why is the Iranian government choosing to do this in the first place? It's not that the main Iranian objective here is just to help Russia fight the war. Sure, Iran is an enemy of the West, just like Russia, so it prefers Russian victory over Ukrainian one. But the purpose of this military support to Russia is obviously for Iran to get something in return, and that's exactly what's happening.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and phone number instead of your home address and personal number? Wouldn't it be great if you could read and manage your business mail from anywhere? iPostal One can help. With an iPostal One virtual
Iran wants billions of dollars worth of military equipment from Russia. This can include fighter jets, air defense systems, helicopters, and assistance with producing new warships. Undoubtedly, this will vastly improve Iran's defense capabilities. Iran has been isolated from the rest of the world, which means that its defense industry has always been one step behind other countries. Nations like Israel or Saudi Arabia now have cutting-edge military technology, partially because they could just buy the military equipment from other countries and take part in international arms trades. For a long time, Iran couldn't access this global marketplace, but Russia can prove to be a way out for the country. Although Russia doesn't have the best nor the biggest defense industry, the country accounts for more than a respectable 16% of all international arms exports. Russia's defense industry is a big one, and it produces tons of high-tech equipment. An example of this is the Sukhoi Su-35 fighter jet, which Iran would love to buy. And the military cooperation could go even further than just buying and selling military equipment. The two countries could share each other's military technology and actually start working together with their military programs. An example of such cooperation could be Iran's nuclear program. Russia can give Iran a helping hand with its nuclear goals. Historically, Russia has been a big partner of Iran's nuclear program, helping the country build nuclear reactors. But it's unlikely that Putin will just hand over some of his Russian nukes to Iran for military use. Even as a form of compensation for the useful support in the Ukrainian war, giving nukes would go a little too far. Putin wouldn't make himself too popular with countries like Israel, Saudi Arabia, or the United Arab Emirates, which will damage Russia's international political position. However, when Russia secretly helps Iran with the research and development of things like delivery systems or nuclear warheads, Putin might get away with it.
Protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper money that grows weaker by the second, on a card that earns you gold every time you spend. Kinesis not only protects your wealth.
For example, Russia can share state-of-the-art missile technology with Iran. And believe it or not, it is in Russia's best interest to help Iran with getting nuclear capabilities. It would make Iran a lot stronger, and Iran is an ally of Russia's when it comes to fighting the United States. The United States is helping Ukraine in the war that Russia started, which turned out to be a massive issue for Putin. Ukraine is getting tons of high-tech weapons from the NATO alliance, like tanks and possibly even fighter jets. The war is turning out to be a tough fight for Russia, to say the least. When Iran gets nuclear weapons, though, well, this situation might change. Iran might get into a conflict with Israel, and tensions with Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries will certainly rise. This will be a headache for the United States, to say the least, because it wants to protect its allies in the region. Good news for Putin, because this draws attention away from his war in Ukraine. The United States has a limited amount of high-tech equipment, So it will have to choose between Ukraine and its allies in the Middle East. Because it seems like a win-win situation for both Russia and Iran, Putin may actually secretly help Iran's nuclear weapons program. So, to wrap it all up, the story of Iran's 84% enriched uranium is a long and complicated one. Possessing nuclear weapons has been a dream of Iran's leaders, because it gives the country a lot of power for an aggressive foreign policy. This has a lot to do with Iran's enemies, such as the United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. Iran is fighting 2 Cold Wars at once, and it's trying to get the US out of the Middle East. However,
Let's see what we got. Recently uploaded. Let's see. CNN. Trying to see if we got a new update. Here we go.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products.
Officials to support Hurricane Helene response efforts. As of this morning, the department has more than 65. This is something we've been following very closely for a while, based on the threats of retaliation by Iran. And so we've been closely consulting with Israel for a while now to be prepared in the eventuality. And as today demonstrated, we were prepared and we were able to successfully work alongside Israel to defend them from this attack. Let me go to Carla.
Thanks, Pat. You said that the destroyers shot down Iranian missiles. Where do they come from? Were they all from inside Iran, or was some also from Yemen being shot by the Houthis?
Carla, to my knowledge, and again, we're still assessing this, these were all launched from Iran, ballistic missiles. And what I said was that they fired the interceptors towards those missiles. So,
And then were any other U.S. assets involved in this defense?
Of course, we have a lot of capability in the region, a lot of things that are there to be prepared for a wide variety of threats. But in terms of the launching of these interceptors, it was those 2 destroyers.
So just being clear, no ground-based interceptors were used in this. Were the were you aware of any duds that didn't fire off, that maybe Iran wanted to fire more than the roughly 200?
As I mentioned, we're still assessing the outcome of the attack, and so we'll have much more information later. But these are all, our initial reports.
And then on the second call with the Secretary and Minister Gallant, did he urge Israel not to respond or to moderate any response to Iran, or did Gallant share any of Israeli intentions for their potential response here?
Well, again, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I'm just not going to be able to get into the details of their call, other than to say, again, we're consulting closely about next steps and the continued defense of Israel.
What does Secretary Austin think about the potential for an Israeli response here? Would he urge them, without saying what he said in the call necessarily, but what are his feelings about the potential? Would he urge them restraint or?
Well, look, if you take a step back here, we fully support Israel's right to defend itself. You just saw a very significant ballistic missile attack by Iran against Israel. And so, we'll continue to work alongside them to support their defense. We, of course, do not want to see a wider regional conflict. You've heard us say that many times, and we'll continue to work towards that end. But we also fully understand the fact that this was a significant attack by Iran. And so we're going to continue to consult closely, and we're going to continue to support their defense. Let me go to Laura.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. Do you say that the U.S. destroyers had intercepted or shot down the missiles, or just that they fired?
I said that they fired approximately a dozen interceptors against the incoming Iranian missiles.
And were there any U.S. aircraft that shot interceptors at Iran?
What I've read out is what participated in the defense of Israel. Okay.
And then, sorry, just one more. Can you say if there were any drones or cruise missiles that were involved in the?
Again, still assessing it right now. It appears it was ballistic missiles, no drones, but again, we'll continue to assess. Let me go to Joseph and then we'll come here.
Just want to turn to the Israeli invasion in Lebanon. For the past couple of months, the department and the secretary have called for de-escalation. You guys have voiced your opposition to any ground incursion, invasions, limited operations. After we found out that the Israeli strike last week killed the Hezbollah chief, Hassan Nasrallah, it seems like the tone changed. From the statements last night, the department and secretary said they supported what Israel is doing. So what changed for a change in that tone and that stance from the department?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, Joseph, is we fully support Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah. As we understand it, they will be conducting limited operations to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure that's arrayed along the border there that could be used to threaten Israeli citizens. And so we're continuing to consult with the Israelis to better understand how they intend to go forward. Obviously, I'd refer you to them to talk or ask questions about details regarding those operations. But we fully understand as part of their overall efforts to return people home that they do need to address those threats that are along the border there. And so all that to say, we will continue to consult with the Israelis and other partners in the region long term about how we can ultimately de-escalate those tensions and get to a ceasefire.
Have they asked for any help from you guys doing whatever it is that they want to do?
No. Yes, sir.
Were the United States surprised by the scale of the Iranian attack on Israel?
Well, look, like I said before, we've been monitoring this for a while. Iran had been very public about its threats to retaliate. And so it's something that we've been monitoring. Certainly, this was a significant attack, probably about twice the size in terms of scope of what we saw earlier. But again, we're still assessing the outcomes of this. And as I highlighted at the top, we certainly condemn this reckless attack, this direct attack against Israel, and we'll continue to support Israel's defense.
Several Israeli media spoke about a response tonight, Israeli response tonight to this attack, including some, not just Iran, some other Middle Eastern countries. Will the United States be assisting the Israelis in their response?
Well, I'm not going to speculate about hypotheticals. I'd refer you to the Israelis to talk about,
I'm asking about, will the Americans help them with their...
Well, what you're asking me is if they're going to do something, and what I'm saying is I'm not going to speculate about what or if they may do. As I highlighted to several of your colleagues, we're consulting closely with the Israelis in terms of next steps, with the emphasis being the defense of Israel. So let me go this side of the room. Oren.
Essentially a follow-up to that question, is the U.S. willing to strike Iran in response to this? Are you putting that on or off the table?
Well, look, Garnett, again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I think I was very clear at the top that should U.S. forces be targeted by Iran or its proxies, we'll take necessary steps to defend our people. And I think we've also been very clear that we're going to support the defense of Israel. And so I'm not going to get into theoretical or speculative operations at this stage, other than to say, we mean what we say and we say what we mean.
And then a follow-up question. Iran claims to have used a new Fatah missile, which is supposed to be a hypersonic ballistic missile. Can you assess whether they did use new and advanced weaponry in this attack and whether they learned from the April attack?
Again, we're still assessing the attack and the outcomes. And so, we may have more to provide later, but I don't have anything on that right now. Dan.
Thanks for your time. 2 questions, please. On Secretary Austin's statement last night, he referred to being supportive of operations along the border. Is he open to Israel using operations on both sides of the border? Along the border was a little vague there.
Well, I think I'd go back to how I responded to Joseph, right? We understand and support Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah, as we highlighted in the readout. We understand that part of that is dismantling some of the attack infrastructure that Hezbollah has built along the border. Certainly, again, we don't want to see this, broaden into a wider regional conflict, but we understand, again, that what Israel is doing are limited operations to destroy that attack infrastructure, and then enable citizens on both sides of the border to return home. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we do think that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. So, we're going to continue to work to that end, but we also, again, understand Israel's need to defend itself.
And then a follow. The State Department read out a report on an attack on a diplomatic facility at Baghdad Airport last night. Have you seen any other attacks on U.S. forces, I guess, since Friday? This one would seem to be on a diplomatic facility, but be it in the last day, particularly at this heightened time of tension, or just broadly over the last couple of days?
Yeah, as of right now, I'm not aware of any additional attacks. Thanks. Sir.
The Iron Dome, how effective is it against ballistic missiles? And some of the televised images appeared to show some of them landing on infrastructure. Are you aware of that? In general, was this attack more effective than the Iranian attack in April?
Again, understanding that a lot is still, very initial. As I highlighted, initial indications are that there was minimal damage on the ground. In terms of the specifics, though, I'd have to refer you to Israel really to talk through that. And again, as more information comes in, we'll certainly know more. But the initial assessment is that Israel was able to successfully defend itself, of course, with the support from the U.S. And so, again, we may have more later on that. Helene?
Thanks, Pat. I just want to be clear because it seems like we're at a very dangerous time where any kind of ambiguity from the U.S. could lead to an attack on American troops. And when you say I understand when you say that we're going to defend any attack at American troops. I also understand that that you said that no American troops were hurt. Therefore, are you saying the U.S. is not planning on a kinetic strike against Iran? Because right now, when you say there will be consequences, all of that, you're leaving it vague and people don't understand. And I want to understand, are we going to be joining Israel in hitting back against Iran in a kinetic manner?
Yeah, so with all due respect, you're talking about a hypothetical future, right? And presupposing what Israel may or may not do. So I'm just not going to talk about.
But you said there will be consequences, and Jake Sullivan said there will be consequences. So
right,
what does
and
that
I think broadly speaking, the U.S. has been clear that there will be security, economic consequences should Iran attack. But I just don't have anything to preview. Specifically as it relates to that. All right. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Pat. Just to clarify, did any U.S. aircraft track any of the missiles either before the launch or during the attack, even if they weren't involved kinetically in the defense of Israel?
So I won't go into specifics, Chris, other than to say, as you well know, we have a wide variety of ISR capabilities throughout the region to monitor and track potential aerial threats. To include aircraft that do that. So I'll just leave it there. Okay. Charlie.
Thank you, General. I think you said repeatedly that Iran doesn't telegraph these attacks, yet from early this morning, we were told that an attack would be imminent. So we're getting some sort of information from somewhere. Based on whatever that was based on, where does Iran stand now? Is this just the first salvo? From your assessment, are they positioned to go ahead and pull the trigger again at will?
I mean, that's really a question for Iran. As evidenced by this attack, they certainly maintain the capability to conduct additional attacks. As I highlighted at the top, we call on them to halt any further attacks, and we'll continue to assess. We'll also continue to be prepared to respond in the defense of Israel should they opt to do another one. We certainly hope that they do not, but we obviously have to be prepared in that eventuality.
I just want to clarify. I think you said earlier this is twice the size and scope from the attack of April 13th.
Yeah, it's about twice as large in terms of the number of ballistic missiles that they launched from the last.
Was their intent to actually do damage this time?
Well, look, you don't launch that many missiles at a target without the intent of hitting something. So absolutely, just like the last time, their intent is to cause destruction. And so, fortunately, Israel has very significant air defense capabilities, and the U.S., of course, played a role in helping on that front as well. Thank you. Matt?
Thanks, Pat. You said there have been no new attacks on U.S. forces in the region, but is the department tracking a greater threat now to U.S. forces, and are you taking any extra measures on top of the recent plus-ups you've done for force protection?
Well, Matt, I mean, as you know, we're always taking force protection very seriously. We're all very well aware of the heightened tensions in the region, and U.S. Central Command has been, for a long time now, constantly assessing and reassessing the threat to ensure that our forces are protected. Like I mentioned, I'm not aware, as I come to the podium, I'm not aware of any additional attacks beyond the one that Dan mentioned, but it's something that we'll obviously be keeping a close eye on to protect our forces.
Secondly, were there any other nations other than the United States and Israel who took part in intercepting missiles or helping to track them or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't have anything to provide on that, and obviously I wouldn't speak for other countries from here. Yes, sir.
General, I'd like to ask you if you guys talk to the European allies and if you ask for military support in protecting Israel in case of another attack from Israel or the proxies, or is at the moment it's only the U.S. Helping Israel military-wise?
Well, I'll allow other countries to speak for themselves. I will say, and we'll put a readout on this this afternoon, as soon as we're done here. The Secretary did have an opportunity to talk to his French counterpart earlier this morning, just to talk about the situation in the Middle East. This was before the Iranian attack occurred. And so, we'll get that out momentarily. Broadly speaking, though, again, in terms of any European coordination or cooperation with Israel, that's really for individual countries to talk to. I won't speak to them. Let me go to the phone real quick before I get in trouble. Task and Purpose, Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. I understand that the destroyers fired about a dozen interceptors. Did they hit any of the missiles? If so, how many?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So again, we're, as you highlight, they fired the interceptors. We're still assessing, again, outcomes of that. So I can't really, I just don't have more information to provide at this time. Okay, let me go to Heather from USNI.
Hi, thank you so much. So you mentioned that the United States has the ability and intent to respond if any of its service members are attacked. Over on Friday, you had two U.S. destroyers and a LCS come under attack from the Houthis. Which is an Iranian proxy group. So would that give, is there any intention to launch any attacks in response to those service members coming under attack?
Well, first of all, Heather, as you are aware, there were no U.S. service members injured in any of those attacks. And as always, we will respond appropriately at a time and place of our choosing, but I'm not going to telegraph or, speculate on any punches at this time. All right. And Patrick Tucker, Defense One.
Hey, thanks for doing this. So on the announcement of 3 additional
aircraft squadrons, F-15s, F-16s, A-10s. I presume that they weren't involved in any of the interception activity. Can you talk a little bit about why they're there and what role they might fill now in terms of enhancing security for U.S. forces in the region?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we've been highlighting for a while, we have a robust amount of capability in the Central Command and U.S. European Command regions. And what those capabilities provide us is versatility in terms of responding to a variety of contingencies. And so, basically having the right tools in the toolkit to be able to respond appropriately to any type of attack or contingency situation. And so, as you well know, Pat, fighter aircraft can perform a variety of missions to include taking down drones, taking down missiles, particular kinds of missiles, as well as providing ISR, electronic warfare, and types of capabilities. So all of this comes together to provide us with options on how best to respond to any type of attack and to protect our forces. Let me come back to the room here. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, General. First, on Iran, after today's attack and the expected response from Israel, is the assessment at the Pentagon still that the situation in the Middle East still under control and we're not in all-out war yet? And the second question on Lebanon, excuse me, what's your understanding to what Israel is calling limited ground operations or incursion? Is it limited by, in time, in scope? How do you see this?
Sure. So in terms of your first question, as you know, we've been working very hard from the beginning to prevent a wider regional conflict. Certainly the type of aggressive action that we saw by Iran today makes that more challenging. But that continues to remain our focus and remain our goal is to prevent a wider regional conflict. And so we'll continue to stay laser focused on that. In terms of Israel's operations, again, they're in the best position to answer questions. But our understanding in consulting with them is that, again, these will be limited operations focused on dismantling facilities that Hezbollah has built along the border to stage attacks into Israel. And so, part of those discussions, again, have been focused on making sure that there's an understanding as far as potential mission creep. And so as it relates to the broader tensions in the region. But again, we support their right to defend themselves from Hezbollah attacks. And so we'll continue to consult with them on that. As I mentioned, Wafa, ultimately, we do believe that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security there. Tim, a few more. Phil.
A couple small questions. One is, why weren't land-based air defenses used? And did you find that you had, did the United States have fewer partners in trying to knock down these Iranian missiles this time than it did in April?
I would compare it to a pallet, Phil. You're going to use the capability that you need to respond to a particular situation. So, as evidenced by the fact that our forces were able to so quickly support Israel's defense, we have a wide range of capabilities arrayed to be able to respond to whatever those threats may be in the most appropriate way possible. So it's less about the platform and it's more about the capability. And so, again, we still maintain a robust capability to be able to respond to any potential future threats as well.
And I just want to follow up on what Helene was asking, which was important in the sense, I think you said a red line that if Iran or its forces were to attack U.S. troops, there would be a U.S. response against Iran. At least that's what it sounded like you were saying. Is that correct?
What I said is it should be very clear that if Iran or its proxies use this as an opportunity to attack U.S. forces, we will respond appropriately. Yep. Okay. Last question, Nat.
Thanks, Pat. I just wanted to clarify a few things that you said in terms of
Iran's capabilities going forward, is it clear from the U.S. side that this is the imminent risk is over of another attack from Iran?
Well, look, it's something we're going to keep an eye on. We certainly hope that there's not another attack, but obviously Iran maintains a capability, and it's just demonstrated that they're willing to use it to directly attack Israel. And so we're going to continue to consult closely with Israel on next steps, and importantly, on the defense of Israel. So,
and on the Israel's limited incursion, have they provided any sort of a timeline on how long they would stay there?
I'd refer you to Israel to talk about that. I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to talk about that. Hey, folks, while there's been an understandable focus today on the Middle East, before we conclude, I would like to provide a quick update on a topic closer to home as DoD continues to work with federal, state, and local officials to support Hurricane Helene response efforts. As of this morning, the department has more than 6,500 service members actively engaged in relief efforts across 6 states. Florida has nearly 3,500 guardsmen activated, and Georgia has around 1,400 guardsmen on duty. South Carolina has activated nearly 500 guardsmen, along with 2 helicopters for their recovery efforts. Tennessee has around 130 guardsmen and 7 helicopters activated, and Virginia has activated nearly 60 guardsmen, along with 1 helicopter and numerous high water vehicles. Additionally, since the storm passed, North Carolina has emerged as an area of particular focus after the historical levels of flooding that occurred in the western part of that state. A multi-state, multi-agency effort is currently underway with more than 80 guardsmen and 13 helicopters from Connecticut, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Iowa, Ohio, New York, South Carolina, and Florida joining more than 800 North Carolina guardsmen in providing support to devastated North Carolina communities. U.S. Northern Command is also providing active duty support efforts to FEMA, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is providing emergency power planning and response teams to Georgia, as well as dam, levee, and bridge inspection to Tennessee and Kentucky, and temporary power to North Carolina. For further questions about National Guard missions, I would encourage you to contact the specific states in questions. And for active duty support efforts to FEMA, U.S. Northern Command is standing by. For service-specific evacuation efforts, it's best to contact the services directly. As the DoD continues to aid response efforts, Secretary Austin and department leaders will continue to be engaged and stay in close contact with federal, state, and local officials to ensure resources are available and to maximize a coordinated response. And in the days ahead, the department will continue to keep our fellow Americans who've been impacted by this storm's devastation in our thoughts. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Ms. Cole. In terms of the conversations between Secretary Austin and Minister Gallant, I won't get into the private discussions other than to say we are consulting closely with them on next steps and the continued defense of Israel.
And then, are there any plans underway to conduct a NEO given the increased risk of a wider war?
Right now, there has been no order to evacuate. As you've heard us say before, we are a planning organization, so we, of course, plan for all contingencies. But as of right now, State Department has not called for an evacuation. Jennifer.
Should we assume that the SM-3s were used by the Cole and the Bulkley to shoot down or to intercept the missiles?
I'm not going to get into the specific type of ordnance, Jennifer, other than to say, again, they fired a dozen interceptors.
And Iran said that they gave a heads up to the U.S. and to Russia. How much warning were you given by Iran?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any pre-warning by Iran about their potential attack. As you know, this is something we've been following very closely for a while, based on the threats of retaliation by Iran. And so we've been closely consulting with Israel for a while now to be prepared in the eventuality. And as today demonstrated, we were prepared and we were able to successfully work alongside Israel to defend them from this attack. Let me go to Carla.
Thanks, Pat. You said that the destroyers shot down Iranian missiles. Where do they come from? Were they all from inside Iran, or was some also from Yemen being shot by the Houthis?
Carla, to my knowledge, and again, we're still assessing this, these were all launched from Iran, ballistic missiles. And what I said was that they fired the interceptors towards those missiles. So.
And then were any other U.S. assets involved in this defense?
Of course, we have a lot of capability in the region, a lot of things that are there to be prepared for a wide variety of threats. But in terms of the launching of these interceptors, it was those 2 destroyers.
So just being clear, no ground-based interceptors were used in this.
Correct.
Were the were you aware of any duds that didn't fire off that maybe Iran wanted to fire more than the roughly 200?
As I mentioned, we're still assessing the outcome of the attack, and so we'll have much more information later. But these are all, our initial reports.
And then on the second call with the Secretary and Minister Gallant, did he urge Israel not to respond or to moderate any response to Iran, or did Gallant share any of Israeli intentions for their potential response here?
Well, again, as I'm sure you can appreciate, I'm just not going to be able to get into the details of their call, other than to say, again, we're consulting closely about next steps and the continued defense of Israel.
What does Secretary Austin think about the potential for an Israeli response here? Would he urge them, without saying what he said in the call necessarily, but what are his feelings about the potential? Would he urge them restraint or?
Well, look, if you take a step back here, we fully support Israel's right to defend itself. You just saw a very significant ballistic missile attack by Iran against Israel. And so, we'll continue to work alongside them to support their defense. We, of course, do not want to see a wider regional conflict. You've heard us say that many times, and we'll continue to work towards that end. But we also fully understand the fact that this was a significant attack by Iran. And so we're going to continue to consult closely, and we're going to continue to support their defense. Let me go to Laura.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. You say that the U.S. destroyers had intercepted or shot down the missiles, or just that they fired?
I said that they fired approximately a dozen interceptors against the incoming Iranian missiles.
And were there any U.S. aircraft that shot interceptors at Iran?
What I've read out is what participated in the defense of Israel. Okay.
And then, sorry, just one more. Can you say if there were any drones or cruise missiles that were involved in the?
Again, still assessing it right now. It appears it was ballistic missiles. No drones, but again, we'll continue to assess. Let me go to Joseph and then we'll come here.
Just want to turn to the Israeli invasion in Lebanon. For the past couple of months, the department and the secretary have called for de-escalation. You guys have voiced your opposition to any ground incursion, invasions, limited operations. After we found out that the Israeli strike last week killed the Hezbollah chief, Hassan Nasrallah, it seems like the tone changed. From the statements last night, the department and secretary said they supported what Israel is doing. So what changed for a change in that tone and that stance from the department?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, Joseph, is we fully support Israel's right to defend itself against Hezbollah. As we understand it, they will be conducting limited operations to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure that's arrayed along the border there that could be used to threaten Israeli citizens. And so we're continuing to consult with the Israelis to better understand how they intend to go forward. Obviously, I'd refer you to them to talk or ask questions about details regarding those operations. But we fully understand as part of their overall efforts to return people home that they do need to address those threats that are along the border there. And so all that to say, we will continue to consult with the Israelis and other partners in the region long term about how we can ultimately de-escalate those tensions and get to a ceasefire.
Have they asked for any help from you guys doing whatever it is that they want to do?
No. Yes, sir.
Were the United States surprised by the scale of the Iranian attack on Israel?
Well, look, like I said before, we've been monitoring this for a while. Iran had been very public about its threats to retaliate. And so it's something that we've been monitoring. Certainly, this was a significant attack, probably about twice the size in terms of scope of what we saw earlier. But again, we're still assessing the outcomes of this. And as I highlighted at the top, we certainly condemn this reckless attack, this direct attack against Israel, and we'll continue to support Israel's defense.
Several Israeli media spoke about a response tonight, Israeli response tonight to this attack, including some, not just Iran, some other Middle Eastern countries. will the United States be assisting the Israelis in the response?
Well, I'm not going to speculate about hypotheticals. I'd refer you to the Israelis to talk about,
I'm asking about will the Americans help them with the
Well, what you're asking me is if they're going to do something, and what I'm saying is I'm not going to speculate about what or if they may do. As I highlighted to several of your colleagues, we're consulting closely with the Israelis in terms of next steps, with the emphasis being the defense of Israel. So let me go to this side of the room. Oren.
Essentially a follow-up to that question, is the U.S. willing to strike Iran in response to this? Are you putting that on or off the table?
Well, look, Garnett, again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I think I was very clear at the top that should U.S. forces be targeted by Iran or its proxies, we'll take necessary steps to defend our people. And I think we've also been very clear that we're going to support the defense of Israel. And so I'm not going to get into theoretical or speculative operations at this stage, other than to say, we mean what we say and we say what we mean.
And then a follow-up question. Iran claims to have used a new Fatah missile, which is supposed to be a hypersonic ballistic missile. Can you assess whether they did use new and advanced weaponry in this attack and whether they learned from the April attack?
Again, we're still assessing the attack and the outcomes. And so, we may have more to provide later, but I don't have anything on that right now. Dan.
Thanks for your time. 2 questions, please. On Secretary Austin's statement last night, he referred.
All right, so that was an update from CNN. Let's go over and see what we got going on. That's another CNN update too.
The Land of Darkness is a unique place. It's comprised of a spiritual energy and a physical energy. It is a place.
Come on, guys, let's smash that like button. We're still in it. We're gonna do it. We at 3 hours and 39 minutes and 49 seconds. We're gonna see can we take it all the way to 4, like we did yesterday. The longest live, the better. For me anyway. I'm trying to stay in the algorithm.
عليا
Look at that shit. They're bombing, man. They're dropping them bombs like Hiroshima. No, them niggas gotta be scared right about now. They sitting there looking at that shit. No, they gotta be frightened like crazy. Like, man, one of the motherfuckers coming my way. Shit. They better get their ass in a bunker. Hunker down and get in the bunker, man. Come on, man. Look at that. Tearing ass up.
الله يلعن شرفهم مخملين الارهاب هون. اذا بدك خدي علم لبناني مع العلم الهيئه مع تيابو.
عليا محلة ابو شاكر يحيى شفتها؟
Damn, they getting home like that. See, we still got 31 people in here, man. Continue hitting that like button, smashing that like button. They getting it in over there. I keep smashing that like button, man. I appreciate it. Share the live. Yeah. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Appreciate you for tapping in. I'll make sure y'all go to my website and check out that gear, man. As you see on the screen, you can see it. I got one of my outfits on the screen. One of the I'm gonna type it in the pin in the comment.
إذا بدك خدي علم لبناني مع العلم الهيئة مع تيابو.
Go straight to that website. Man. No, it's a lot of casualties in that damn country. Them people don't have no fair warning or none of that, man. That shit just happened.
محلة ابو شاكر يحيى شفتها؟
I'm gonna redo my damn TikTok.
الله يلعن شرفهم مخملين الارهاب هون. اذا بدك خدي علم لبناني مع العلم الهيئه مع تيابو.
And they put my barbecue sauce in here. Get you like pour it on in. That's my daughter live.
Hello, live.
عليها. محلة. ابو شاكر يحيى شفتها؟
الله يلعن شرفهم عاملين ارهاب هون. اذا بدك خدي علم لبناني مع العلم الهيئه مع تيو.
عليها. محلة محلة. ابو شاكر يحيى شفتها؟
الله يلعن شرفهم مخمنين الارهاب هون. اذا بدك خدي علم لبناني مع العلم الهيئه مع تيابو.
عليا عليا. محلة محلة. ابو شاكر يحيى شفتها؟
I'm back. What's up? What did I miss? Got to get some grub. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how that goes. Sanitize the hands and all that good stuff. Malone TV News, man. Y'all hit that like button. You got to subscribe, you know what I'm saying?
خلينا الارهاب هون.
We're done on that one. Yeah.
إذا بدك خدي علم لبناني مع العلم الهيئة مع تيابو.
We're gonna stop that right now. Okay. Wait a minute. Get that pause button on there. All right, there we go. I appreciate everybody for tapping in today, man. We did 4 hours, 29 minutes, 45 seconds. You know what I'm saying? 4.5 hours for the day. That was a good day. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody who for tapping in with me.
What time?
You know what I'm saying? Everybody who showed up. Everybody who showed up and tapping in with me, you know what I'm saying? Hitting the like button, you know what I'm saying? Sharing the live and everything, you know what I mean? I appreciate it. Malone TV News. Your boy Sim the Goat 5, man. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't, man, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to go and grab you that y'all doing autobiography, man, by me. Yours truly, Charles Malone, you know what I'm saying? Hustle forward, not backwards. You know what I'm saying? It's on Amazon.com. You can go get it at Amazon.com, you know, only for the low price of $9.99. You know what I'm saying? Mama, I made it in the description. This is my autobiography, you know what I'm saying? There's a baby picture of me and this is my dad. You know, God rest his soul. You know, rest in peace, Pops. You know what I'm saying? So this is, if you want to know anything about who Charles Malone really is, this is what you need to go get and read. You know what I'm saying? So it got my whole life story in there. So go ahead and try to cop that. And there is that. On that, also, hold on. If you hadn't, let me show. You know, I got my own website with my own design on it, also as well. Hold on. Let me show this to you guys. Show you this. If you haven't seen what we got, you know what I'm saying, you go check that website out, you'll see the drip. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me get back on the screen. I can pull it up there for you where you can see it. Go check out the drip. You know what I'm saying? We got all types of stuff. Men, women, and kids. You know. Clothes designed by me. Everything designed by me. Yours truly, you know what I'm saying? Drip Sport. You know what I'm saying? So we got anything from hats to bucket hats. You know, just a lot of stuff. So Malone Boutique right here. You know what I'm saying? That's my website. Go check that out. And it's Malone Boutique. Well, I actually pinned it in the chat. That way where you guys can go check it out, you know what I'm saying? So that's that also as well. And I appreciate everybody for tapping in with me for today. They're going to do it for today, man. You know what I'm saying? It's your boy Sim the Goat 5, Malone TV News. You know what I'm saying? We out. Deuces.